Hello, everybody. Hi. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. So he is due to make his initial appearance in court at 9:30, their time over there. So we're going to stay on here and look into some things like his lawyer, Ann Taylor, has previously overturned a murder conviction for another client. So we're going to look into her. She's been at the house in Moscow with a team already building a defense. So I think, they were extremely eager to get their hands on the unsealed affidavit. I mean, on the affidavit. They don't have to wait for it to be redacted or anything. They're the defense. But we are all anxiously awaiting. Hi. I'm right here, Jeff. Hold on. Let me see. Take this down. There I am. There I am. I don't need a such a lapse. So we'll look at her. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about that murder conviction she overturned. Now, it ended up that she overturned the conviction, okay, but he ended up being reconvicted. So let me tell you a little bit about that case. But she is serious business, especially for a public defender. She's had that analyst. I can't even speak this morning. Analyst over at the house, the one that's the blood spatter expert. That he's recreating the crime scene in 2D and 3D. So they are really ready to build a defense for Bryan. And he is, and we will say, presumed innocent until found guilty in a court of law. Let me get to this defense attorney. And well, because Kevin brought this up last night, and then I started to look into it. Okay, so let me throw a picture of her up while we're waiting. And then they will allow cameras in the courtroom. They just will not allow it to be broadcast live. There will be a delay, so we will show it, but it will be a delay, okay? All right. All this is, I don't like these apps over here. Why can't I get rid of that? I'll worry about that later. All right. So let me get a picture of his attorney. Now, it's so funny because, okay, this is her photo here. Come on, let's go. She's 57 years old. Come on. Okay, I don't know why my computer doesn't like being involved in this either. Doesn't want to go full screen for me. There you go. Okay, now. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so now, I'm sorry, I had to take care of my puppies. Sometimes bother my Maltese, who's 12 and a half, and she doesn't want any part of it. She has previously overturned a murder conviction after catching out false statements from Idaho police. So not only did she overturn a murder conviction, she found false statements, allegedly false statements from a police officer in Idaho. So is this going to be, like an OJ type thing? I don't know. It could be if she decides to go that route or whatever. But let's see. I'll tell you a little bit about it. She was over there with her team. They were over there for over an hour taking video outside and inside the house. So let me show you her and part of her crew there on site. Come on, get over here. Oh my goodness. surprised she only has that little. I wonder what the temperature is. Is it warm there, even with the snow? Because they're not really dressed for very cold weather, right? And then they have this guy, Ellington, which we told you about last night. I'm so sorry. She got this guy, Jonathan Ellington. He was accused of using his car to run over a woman in a road rage incident. He was 45 years old at the time, and he was sentenced to 25 years for the crime. So I'm going to actually go into that. Hold on one second. I'm very sorry. Hold on one second. I'm going to actually go into that case. So, Ellington, while we're waiting, we might as well do some investigative stuff, right? Road rage incident. Okay, so we have August 24th of 2006, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, the trial of Jonathan Ellington, the man accused of killing Vanette Larson on New Year's Day during a road rage incident. So an expert isolates gunshots on 911 tapes. Again, let me pull this up. So let's take a look, because you probably aren't familiar with this case, unless maybe you did follow this case, or you were around this case, or you were affected by this case. But you probably, I'm going to say, fair to say that you probably don't know about this case, because I didn't know about this case, and I don't think anyone I've talked to so far has known about this. So let's take a look at what happened back then. I'm just trying to get a picture of him to put up there. Let me go over here. Jonathan Ellington. Okay, state of Idaho. Here we go. Okay, this is Jonathan Ellington. Right there. And Coeur d'Alene. Jonathan Ellington spoke out. He wants people to know his side of the story. He said that he did not testify during his trial because he did not want prosecutors to be able to twist the story any more than they already had. The jury found Jonathan Ellington guilty on all 3 counts related to a road rage murder of Vanette Larson on New Year's Day. Jurors convicted Ellington of second-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated battery. Ellington said from the beginning that his actions were in self-defense, claiming that he ran over the woman near Twin Lakes because her husband was firing a gun at him. During closing arguments, Larson's attorney argued that Mr. Larson fired his weapon only after Ellington attacked his daughters. The attorney, which would be Ann Taylor. No, I'm so sorry. I am really, no, this is not Ann Taylor at this point. She's going to overturn this. The attorney argued that Mr. Larson fired his weapon only after Ellington attacked his daughters. She tried to convince jurors that Ellington knew what he was doing when he, in his anger, drove inside the lane in which Mrs. Larson was walking and made the decision to strike her with his car. In his defense, Ellington's lawyers I think that seems to be written incorrectly. It says, during closing arguments, the Larson's attorney argued that Mr. Larson fired his weapon only after Ellington attacked his daughters. Now, I think, and I believe this is written incorrectly, this should be the prosecution tried to convince jurors that Ellington knew what he was doing when he, in anger, drove inside the lane in which Mrs. Larson was walking and made the decision to strike her with his car. Yeah, I can't believe they have not fixed that in all these years. In his defense, Ellington's lawyer said his client did not hit the girl's car on purpose and that Ellington's actions were an attempt to escape. They said Ellington had been chased by the girls and was at one point trapped, which is what justified his actions. Okay, so we've got that. So let's get to now overturning this, okay? before that, let me pull up the, is this retrial? Ellington, expert isolates the gunshots. Coeur d'Alene. Okay, so let me go, and I just had the case file up for this. I think it might be over here. And this one. Yeah, let's see if this one is from State of Idaho versus Jonathan Ellington. This was plaintiff respondent, but I want to get, usually they have a good factual background in here, which is what I want. So let's read this. At about 11 a.m. on January 1st of 2006, Mr. Ellington left his friend Ron Cunningham's house in Athol, Idaho, to go back home. While driving, he came upon a white Honda Accord driven by Javon Larson, age 22, with his sister Jolene, 18, in the passenger seat. Mr. Ellington claims the girls were playing cat and mouse with him, attempting to cut him off, and then they flipped him off. Jolene claims that they were not cutting Mr. Ellington off, and Javon maintains that they did not flip off Mr. Ellington. Mr. Ellington passed the Honda in his Chevy Blazer, and at the next stop sign, he got out of his car, approached the Honda that was now stopped behind him, and yelled and cursed at the girls and hit the driver's side window. The girls called 911, and they began following Mr. Ellington because there were no license plates on his vehicle, and they wanted the police to be able to track him. After a short while, Mr. Ellington made a U-turn on the road and faced the girls driving into their lane and then swerving back into the correct lane, passing them going the other way. Jolene testified that as Mr. Ellington went by them, he flipped them off and mouthed an expletive at them. The girls turned around to continue to follow Mr. Ellington, but they were unable to catch up with him, and he went back home. The girls decided to stop and wait for an officer from the sheriff's department to arrive, as they were instructed to do so by the 911 operator, and then called their parents, Joel and Vanette Larson, who arrived about 15 minutes later. So the woman he killed was the mother, okay? The deputy sheriff arrived and then began to investigate, and Mr. and Mrs. Larson went the other way to look for Mr. Ellington in their Subaru. While driving along the road, Mr. and Mrs. Larson saw the Blazer drive out of an adjacent driveway and back onto the road, and they began to follow it. As the Blazer and the Subaru turned the corner that Jolene and Javon were waiting at, the girls pulled their Honda out behind the Blazer, but in front of the parents in the Subaru. At the same time, Jolene placed another call to 911. The girls were going about 90 miles per hour, and Mr. Ellington was probably going about 100 miles per hour. Wow. Mr. Ellington turned onto Scarcello Road going westbound, and both girls in the Honda and Mr. and Mrs. Larson in the Subaru continued to chase him. Although the 911 dispatcher told the girls to be careful, that Mr. Ellington was likely driving fast because he was scared, and to stop following the Blazer, once they told her they were going 90 miles an hour, the girls did not stop. Mr. Ellington made a left turn into a driveway on the south side of Scarcello Road, apparently intending to reverse the direction when he skidded onto a snowbank. The Subaru then passed the Honda, coming into the incorrect eastbound lane of traffic. Mr. Larson had testified inconsistently as to whether he was attempting to block the Blazer in or whether he was attempting to block the Blazer from hitting the Honda. On direct examination, Mr. Larson testified, "I told the wife I'd go get around the girls and block him from hitting the girls because he's already threatened the girls. He ran them off the road. I wanted to protect my girls." In contrast, Deputy William Klinkafus testified that when he interviewed Mr. Larson upon arriving at the scene, Mr. Larson told him that he was able to park his vehicle behind the Jimmy, that's a Blazer, in an attempt to block him in so that they could wait for law enforcement to get there. That's, when things come up 3 times, someone's mentioned a blazer the other day when we were talking, and now this is the second thing, usually 3 times. After the impact, the blazer rode up onto the Honda, and the blazer pushed the Honda across the road into the shoulder of the opposite side. Mr. Larson then grabbed his .44 Magnum revolver from under his seat in the Subaru. This is the father, okay? Not this man you're seeing on the screen. And got out of the passenger side of the car to run towards the blazer. Right around the time it was backing up and disengaging from the Honda. At the same time, Mrs. Larson got out of the Subaru, and she ran towards the Honda. Mr. Larson approached the passenger side of the blazer around the same time that Mr. Ellington, the man on the screen, put the blazer into drive. Mr. Larson initially leveled his gun at Mr. Ellington from right outside the blazer's passenger window, and then, because he did not want to hit his daughters, he fired a shot that traveled through the front quarter passenger side panel of the blazer, allegedly attempting to hit the motor. Mrs. Larson went running across the road in front of Mr. Ellington, attempting to get to her daughters, and as Mr. Ellington punched the gas, she put her hands up, started to move back towards the middle of the road. Mrs. Larson was struck by Mr. Ellington, which caused her body to come down on the hood of the blazer before falling to the road. Once she fell to the road, the tires of the blazer ran over her head and torso, causing catastrophic injuries that resulted in her death. Mr. Ellington left the scene and went back to the Cunningham residence where he had been earlier in the day and was eventually arrested there after police officers spotted his car. Mr. Ellington was charged with 2 counts of aggravated battery for hitting the Honda and 1 count of second-degree murder for Mrs. Larson's death. At Mr. Ellington's first preliminary hearing, the magistrate found that there was not sufficient evidence to bind Mr. Ellington over for second-degree murder or for the aggravated batteries at issue. The state then dismissed the original charges and refiled them under a new case. At the second preliminary hearing before a different magistrate, Mr. Ellington was bound over on all charges. On March 23, 2006, Mr. Ellington filed a motion to dismiss, arguing that the evidence adduced at the second preliminary hearing was not sufficient to hold him for trial. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Okay. I've never heard them howl in my life. Now they're howling. Okay. So, where was I? Adduced at the second preliminary hearing that was not sufficient to hold him for trial. The court denied the motion, finding no abuse or discretion by the magistrate, while noting, at least in the case of the aggravated battery counts. I'm sorry. I just want to see, hold on, let me just go back to the live chat here just for a minute, because I want to see if you want me to go through and see what she got. And maybe you don't want me to do this. I don't know. I'm just trying to, we have some time before the hearing. So I just want to see here. Hold on, I'm trying to get back. Is it, Rosalita? I'll pull it up right now. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry, Rosalita. It's been released? Okay. All right, let's go to that then. Let's go to that right away then. Hang on one second. See? And I thought they would not release it till after he appeared in court. So, one second. Let me go up and we'll go right to that if that's the case. 1 second. Yes, okay, hang on. Why did I not? Hold on 1 second. Okay, the affidavit says, hold on. Let me go and get it from the court documents. 1 second. I don't want to. I am really sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull it right up on the screen, okay? We can read it together. It's 19 pages. We'll read it together. Let me just pull this up. Okay. All right, ready? Let's go over here. All right, so we've got this. Sorry, we will go over the other case with the lawyer just to find out, because I want you to know what you'll know how she operates. Okay, a little bit. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, and now remember we saw Officer Payne. Okay, he was at that body cam footage that we showed in September, right? Who is duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the County of Lada, State of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in the, you know what, is that the unfortunate, no, that was Powell, okay. In the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal, and has been trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I'm just going to pull up the live chat so that I can see your, if you have any comments, and maybe I should have done that. I tried to do that when I was looking, and then I wouldn't have missed this. Okay. On November 13th, that's not 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. Hereafter, the King Road, of course my computer wants to. Hereafter, hold on. Hereafter, the King Road residents to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, I'm just going to still try to pull up this live chat here just so I have you. I know you've probably already. Okay, come on. Where the heck did I click off of my? There we go. Okay, never mind. I've got it now. But I just want to make sure I have you here. Okay. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door. So they went through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Corneal's hereafter the Kernoodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Okay, so now look, now we're going to get this, okay? So he was going down the hallway to Zaina's room, which he identified as Zaina's room. But just before the room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall. And as he went there, he could see a body later laying on the floor. Now, that is a little bit unclear in there, right? Because where is he seeing that body? Is he seeing it by the bathroom? Is he seeing it in the hallway? Where is he seeing it? Or is he seeing it through the room right now, just as we're reading that? Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Okay, so also in the room, so they are in the bathroom. Also in the room, they are in the bedroom, I'm sorry. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Isn't that weird? Later determined? Autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, dated December 15th, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves, hereafter Gonsalves' room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunz's body camera that there was a dog in the room when the Moscow police initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her boyfriend, Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCour on November 13th that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom. So the dog was in Kaylee's room. The bathroom shared on a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. The bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. Now, this leather knife sheath, that had been leaked out, not by a podcaster yesterday, has been brought about. The talk of this leather knife sheath has been around for weeks. Laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had KBAR, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the inside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. The DNA has the snap on that knife sheath has his DNA on that. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM, now these are the 2 roommates, okay? Bethany and Dylan. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides, and they were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernoodle are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. Bethany also estimates that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernoodle returned to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle's. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, with the name redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow, in front of the Grub Truck, to the King Road residence. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order, see, we didn't know this, right? At approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. So look at that. Dylan, yes, did sleep in that second floor bedroom normally. Dylan stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensics download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernoodle, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Oh my gosh. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. 4:17 a.m. Voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Oh my goodness. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past her. What? As she stood in a frozen shock phase. What? The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Dylan locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Dylan did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and Dylan's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. That's interesting. That is really interesting. So Dylan is hearing all this stuff. She's opening her door, looking around, right? And then she is literally standing there when this person that murdered 4 people walks by, but she doesn't mention him having a weapon or being bloody, or there's no mention of that there that made the affidavit. And she's in a frozen stare and he just walks by and goes out the sliding door, knowing that he has a witness right there. That's weird. That's weird. Why didn't she call 911 right there? Didn't they say they called? Why did they wait till the next day? I'm sorry, this is getting weird. This is getting really weird. Why didn't she call 911 immediately? I'm lost on this. Okay. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to a pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Dylan's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspects' vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter, suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow. Isn't that funny? Because he lived in Pennsylvania on Indian Mountain Lake, isn't? At approximately 3:26 a.m. Okay, so let's look at this. A review of camera footage indicated a white sedan, which is going to be the Hyundai, right? Was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow. And we're going to go through this. We'll map this out, but let's read through it once, okay? At approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On the video, it appeared suspect vehicle was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of the suspect vehicle, starting at 3:29 a.m., ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show the suspect vehicle makes an initial 3 passes, goes by this residence 3 times, 1122 King Road residence, and then it leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, There are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during that time frame. Suspect Vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time, and that should be at approximately 4:04 a.m. So it enters a fourth time. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect Vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect Vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect 1 vehicle is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect Vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe the suspect Vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of the suspect's Vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigations that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. So this is how they determined what this was. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience, with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect Vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect Vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. See, they never let us, they stopped it here, remember? As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus. Look at that. Look at that. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University WSU campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way at approximately 2:53 a.m. A white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington, as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects the Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way and Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. Okay. This is very small. Okay, well, we'll map it out. Maybe we'll do that live Earth thing. Depiction showing white Elantra's path of travel not to scale. Yeah. So dark too. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so this little triangle, where is this? This little box is 1630 Northeast Valley Road. This little triangle down here is the white Elantra seen leaving the WSU campus. And this red arrow, is that red arrow? Is white Elantra seen returning to WSU. Okay. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle was registered, see, everybody said it was registered to his mother, it was registered to his father, right? No, it was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger. Look at that, guys. November 25th. They were already zeroed in on him. Residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, which is the last camera that located the white Elantra. That same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. Well, now it has a Washington tag, right? I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male Dillon saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation includes a review of Ladder County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam, and reports showed that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. August 21st, okay? August 21st. At the time, Kohberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th, 2022. And during the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, we got to get that, Kohberger provided his phone number as blah, 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 hereafter the 8458 phone as his cellular phone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that 8458 phone is a number that's issued by AT&T. On October 14th, oh look, another traffic stop, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and reported that stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant, was driving that white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. On November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State Licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not include a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Wait a second. Wow. Okay, Loma. That was on their way home. Information provided by a query to a database. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th, here we go with the traffic stops, by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albertsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albertsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. Oh, wow, look at that. An internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022, right when he moved out there. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. That we knew about. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show that 8458 phone was utilizing cell tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan the offense on that particular day. On December 23, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 o'clock a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding the times of the homicides. Following the times. On December 23, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albertsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23, 2022. The records also included historic cell site information for that 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with FBI Special Agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as a completion of a yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12, 2022 to November 13, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., that 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in the area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, and then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458's phone, estimated locations, and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13, 2022 that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling towards Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving at the area at 9:32 a.m. Interesting. Yeah. Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken off of cellular site locations. This is a possible route based off cellular device locations. Okay. Investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. That's interesting. The 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Interesting. So he didn't use that phone after that. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, that's when he got the phone, 2022, to current prospective location information and a pen-registered trap and trace on 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, 2022, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. See, some of this affidavit was getting leaked, if you're noticing it now. On December 23rd, 2022, remember when they said a few days ago, it started to get announced in the media news that he was in the same locations as his victims and he was stalking them. Remember, they said that cell phone data showed that? On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the 8458 phone, December 23rd, 7 days before his arrest, from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. After consulting with CAST SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for 8458 phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the 8458 phone show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. One of these occasions, on August 21st, 2022, the 8458 phone utilized, we need a whiteboard and all kinds of stuff. Cellular resources provided coverage to the King Road residents from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Kohberger was stopped by the Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. The 8548 phone was utilizing resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop, this time Barm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that was consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra that was consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the 8548 phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the 8458 phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from Albertson's showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. We'll look at that more later. Let's finish this. Additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The 8458 phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., and that's consistent with the 8458 phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27th, 2022, 3 days before the arrest, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albertsville, PA. Wow, they got in that gated community and got that trash, right? The evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, 2 days before the arrest, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath of that knife identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger, date of birth 11/21/1994, for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zaina Pernoodle, and Ethan Chapin. I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true and correct. 12/29/2022. And then he was arrested thereafter. Okay, now we're going to do a quick discussion of what we read. Then we're going to go over this with like that fine-tooth comb. Wow. So do you see how much information they had? They were zeroed in on him right away. Right away. So what do I find interesting right away from this affidavit? Well, that we know, and as I said, too, that one room when we saw it was not a bedroom. There was only, would be one bedroom downstairs, and that Dylan slept on the second floor. That was confirmed by this affidavit. She slept on the second floor near the bedroom of Zaina. The second thing that stands out to me is that she was not sleeping. They don't mention Bethany at all in the affidavit, except in the very beginning, but not about anything she said. It is very interesting to me that not only wasn't she sleeping, she was hearing things, opening her door, that the suspect knew she was there. He walked right past her when she was frozen. So that's really interesting, that she was not a target at all to him. The next thing that stands out to me is that, I'm just going by what I read because we're going to go through this again, was that they said in there, it seemed that it wasn't obvious what Ethan, what was his cause of death, because it just seems to me that they said it was later determined by the coroner, but the other girls, he described clearly as he knew exactly how they were killed. Okay, so that was interesting. So did that mean that maybe Ethan injuries were not that profound? That was a little bit weird. So I don't know what to think about that because a lot of that was redacted right there. So anyway, then we learned that knife sheath, and now rumors of that knife sheath have been going around for weeks now. So things were getting out. That knife sheath was found in the room with Kaylee and Madison. Now, what does that mean? Well, one would think that that's where he took the knife out, which would mean that that's where he started, that those girls were killed first, right? Now, the DNA on the snap is what's connecting him. Okay. And then the next thing that stands out is that the dog was barking, and the dog was in Kaylee's room. Now, we said that we thought she would be in Kaylee's room. So that is something else that stands out just as I'm going through this. The traffic stops that he got before are interesting. We know he had a traffic stop for something about not wearing a seatbelt. There was also information that came out a few days ago that was leaking out through news sources, that it said that he had been stalking the victims, and that was learned through cell phone data. Well, that is in the affidavit, so that leaked out, and that was correct. I believe they quoted an unknown source in their article, right? Everything is such a blur. I have to go back and see what the source was for that, but I believe it was an unknown source close to law enforcement. But there have also been mistakes, okay? There's a lot of things we didn't know in this affidavit, a lot of things. So he knows he left the knife sheath behind. He took off the front plate. Pennsylvania vehicles don't need a front plate, but when he switched over to Idaho tags, he didn't put the front tag on, which is required in Idaho, right? The police also didn't share with us that the vehicle that they were looking for was older than a 2013. And that seems to have been done strategically as to not alert him. It also looks like they never went and questioned him, according to this, right? What else stands out? Yeah, both girls were in a single bed, which is interesting, a single bed. Couldn't have been the most comfortable to sleep in, but apparently they wanted to sleep together in the bed, and the dog was in the other room. It doesn't mention the calls to Jack DeCour at all. It's interesting that Zaina got a DoorDash food delivery. That's another thing we didn't know. At 4 a.m. It's interesting that her phone was active on TikTok. And so what is it? Why was a 9? What I'm really at a loss for. Yes, okay. Dylan could have been in shock. I'm sure she was. It was had to be terrifying, right? And we haven't seen her interview with the police, so we don't know what they're leaving out of the affidavit. But you would have to think that by the time he killed 4 people, he would be very bloody. But there's no blood mentioned. He's dressed in black with a black ski mask and bushy eyebrows. Okay, the hearing started. Okay, let's go see that. We can't catch a break here. There's a lot I want to go through on this. But the hearing started, but they're not going to bring it out, or we're just going to get the live tweets. Let's see. Okay, so no bail for Kohberger. His attorney asked, but the judge denied. Victims' families are in the front row. They were crying when the names were read. The next status hearing will be in 1 week. Okay, so I don't think I don't see any video yet. Okay, let me see here. I want to go through this. Are you seeing any video posted yet, Rosalita? Because I'm not. I'm not seeing any video yet. Just that update. Hold on, I really want to go through this. I want to plot this out. Maybe Jeff can help me with that. About these roots and everything. And talk about why now. See, now I can't find where my chat was. Hold on. I'm going to move it this time. Somehow I lost my live chat. Let me go back in and get it. Why so long for the 911 call? Was she paralyzed in shock from 4 something in the morning until, what was it, almost noon? That I'm wondering about. And it could be she went into a state. And maybe it wasn't until the other girl woke up. I don't know. I'm confused with that. I'm confused with a few things, and I want to go back to the chat. Hold on, but I lost my chat, so I'm going to go back to it now with you guys. Hold on, I'm getting into it now. Okay. All right, here we go. So you only see his profile when he's answering yes, whether he understands. Carolyn, can you send me a copy of that? Yes, the copy of the affidavit? Yeah, hang on, I'll send that to you now. Let me make sure that, which is the one here. It's, okay, 1 second. I believe this is. Okay. Let me do that, Jeff. Hold on 1 second. Okay. La 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 la. Okay. Okay, hold on, Jeff. I don't know which one to send it to you to which address, but I'm gonna just do the Gmail. All right, and let me. The heck is my attach? Okay, let me just do this. Probable cause affidavit. Okay, sending it to you now. It's sent. Okay. Can you scroll up? Yes, I'm going to go through this whole affidavit. Brooke, if you're new to this channel, we are going to dissect every word of this affidavit multiple times. It's kind of what I do best. So I'm just giving my initial reaction. I'm going to read through it again as well. I just want to see what you guys are saying. Kaylee knew she was being stalked. She definitely was the target, Tommy's saying. Kelani says, thank you. Also, they are starting the hearing and videos available. I'm staying here too. Okay, well, thank you guys for staying with me. I will get to everything, and I will get that video. Hold on, I didn't see it out there yet on what I just looked at, but I'll go get it now. Stay with me. I promise you I will go through every single thing. Okay, and especially this affidavit. Okay, let me grab the Idaho. Okay. In court this morning. Why am I not seeing the video? Where are you guys seeing it? Because I'm not even seeing that Brian Enton has it up yet. And he said they would be putting it up. You want to tell me where you're seeing this? So I really want to get into this affidavit. The hearing is going to be much ado about nothing. It's just going to be about exactly what I just read. The affidavit is where we need to be. We said there's no mail. I'm going to concentrate on the affidavit. If you want to send me a link to that, but I really want to go onto the affidavit. Well, I can't. Well, yeah, I can't use their video. I have to have it from the news, from like the feed. It's okay. If you want to go look at that and just see him deny him bail until they get it up on another source, it's fine. Okay, please don't mention other channels in the. If somebody is rather be at another channel, then you can be at another channel. I'm talking about a news source, so it's okay. But if somebody wants to be at another channel, more power to you. We're going to go through this. So yeah, I'm wondering what happened between 4-something a.m. and the time that the 911 call came in. And no, I'm not talking to you, Rosalita. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to somebody else. Don't worry about it. It's not about you, Rosalita. There was something else. You can see it. As a moderator, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's move on. I'm trying to figure out where all of that came with. They called friends to the house first and all of that. Yeah, Judy. So I just want to go into this. Try to piece this together and then, because it's a lot to take in. And I'm one for details, and I like to recreate in my mind and then go through this so you really get a picture of what happened and why did he go across the country. What was it with these girls? Because we still don't know why he zeroed in on these people. And obviously, all of that stuff with people being collateral damage, that's not the case, right? It's not the case, because how could it be collateral damage if he walked past Dylan? He wasn't killing people for collateral damage. And that's another really key piece, because everybody was thinking that, okay, well, why did he leave the other roommates alive? Well, he didn't know they were there, right? But he obviously knew they were there. He walked past them. It's okay. I want to concentrate on the affidavit. We'll get to the hearing. I think the affidavit is much more interesting. If somebody wants to go watch the hearing, they can. I just explained what happened at the hearing, but we can go. I mean, this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm more interested in this. And I think probably a lot of you are as well. So the collateral damage thing is out the window. It's not live. It's ended. They're showing it. Are you really okay? You're more interested in that than the case. All right. The Gonsalveses give a family statement. Let's see. No bail for Kohberger. His family asked, but judge denied. Victims' families are in the front row. They were crying when the names were read. The next status will be in 1 week. Let me see here. I was trying to see if he put anything else in. The Gonsalveses are going to make a family statement. I'm trying to see if there's... And I want to just... Hold on a minute. Okay, someone's calling me. Hang on a second. I don't know. Hello? No. Yeah, okay. All right, let me see here. Robocalls. All right, I'm trying to see. If somebody wants to give me a link to a news source, not another YouTube channel, that would be fine. Otherwise, I'm going to continue going through the affidavit. And then that hearing we can always watch. It's really, I don't think at all as informative as this affidavit. So you're welcome to go back and go to another channel if you want that and come back. But I'm going to go through this, okay? Because this is what I do, and I dissect this stuff. I will find that thing, but I don't want to waste time, and I don't want to make a bunch of dead air, and I feel like I'm being redirected, and I don't like the feeling that I'm being redirected, so I want to do this. So I'm wondering why Dylan didn't talk about the blood, unless they've left that out, which is very possible that can happen, right? That the blood wasn't put into the affidavit. She was in shock. I understand that. But she mentioned the bushy eyebrows. But do you think she sat there in shock until, what, after 11, and then Bethany came up and said, let's go through this again. I want to read through this again the second time because now that I've digested that, I want to do that. And like I said, if somebody wants to go, that he was denied bail, the Gonsalveses make a family statement. I'll go over that after. He nodded, there's nothing much that happened in court today. So I'm going to stay on this affidavit. Anybody else that wants to go on that other thing, come back. But I'm going to go over this affidavit. So this is Brent Payne. And the other thing I'm going to be writing down, I have to get my notebook because I have to write for Freedom of Information Act. I already have a bunch of things in to the Moscow PD, but I want to make sure we hit on these dates, and I want to start establishing what was going on. So November 13th, let's go. The Officer Payne now is talking at approximately 4 p.m. So it's 4 p.m. when Officer Payne and Sergeant Blaker was another one that was on that noise complaint, right? Before. They responded to 1122 King Road, hereafter King Road residents, to assist with the scene security and processing of a crime scene. Now, upon the arrival, they were advised he would walk through the scene. Okay, so upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to process the scene. Moscow Police Department Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered through the bottom floor door. That's the one they were knocking on during the noise complaint. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Now, I want to also pull up the third time I go through this, I'm going to write notes now, but the third time we're going to go through the 3D model. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Zaina's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Zaina Kernoodle's hereafter Kernoodle room. Now here's where it's a little unclear, right? Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, okay, then that being Kernoodle's room, so he should have said Kernoodle's room, just to be clear, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. So she was out of bed, okay, when during the attack. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon, so they could see clearly that she was stabbed. Also in the room, now here's where the first bit of confusion comes in, was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, and a lot of this is redacted. Later determined is where why was it later determined? Why didn't appear to have been caused by an edged weapon? Why was it later determined for Ethan? Was he not as brutally attacked? And also somebody said, well, Zaina was the only one that wasn't in the bed. We don't know that Ethan was in the bed or where he was because it doesn't say, right? This is redacted, and it doesn't say where Ethan was found, whether he was on the floor, whether he was on the bed. We don't learn that from this affidavit. And there's also a ton of this about Ethan's wounds that is redacted. So why is it later determined? That's what I'm saying. Why is it later determined? So that's something that makes me think that it wasn't apparent. However, I mean, you would think there would be a lot of blood involved, right? Well, I was thinking, you're saying it's because he fought back, but if he fought back, you would think he would have more apparent wounds. Could it be that he was somehow knocked out, or maybe even, I don't know. I mean, so there wasn't as much bleeding. If someone is dead and the blood is stopped pulsing, then a stab won't have so much blood coming out. I don't know. Could it be that he did try to fight back and he was like, I don't know, like he smashed his head on something, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm just thinking right now, why would they say later determined in the case of Ethan? I don't know. That's something I want to look into. That's the first thing that stood out. The second thing that stood out was that Bethany, okay, we know now she was not asleep on the first floor, that she was up and sleeping in a second floor bedroom, which is something that we speculated on based on that second bedroom downstairs not having any clothing in it. Okay, so we have that. So that's the next thing that we're going to learn. But let's go upstairs first. I followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later, and thank you so much, Nicole and Janae, for the super chats, was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves's room. I later learned from Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. So that would be in Kaylee's room. So we know that Murphy was in Kaylee's room. And Kaylee and Madison were in Madison's room in the single bed. Officers initially, the dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCour. We find out here they had an interview with Jack DeCour on November 13th, and that Jack told him that Kaylee and himself share the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased. See again, visible stab wounds. That makes me even more suspect. Why was it later determined for Ethan? I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. Okay, so that sheath is going to tell us that that is where he unsheathed the knife, right? And it's laying by Mogan's right side. The sheath was later processed at K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe. So whose knife is that? Where did that knife come from? It's a Marine Corps. A Marine Corps knife, right? Interesting. An anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source, and that's another thing, a single source of male DNA on the snap, on the left, on the button snap of that sheath. And pieces of this affidavit have been leaked out. I, and probably you, have heard about a sheath in groups and in message boards for weeks now, right? Haven't you heard of a sheath being left behind? That has slipped out. So Sleuthy TV says, I don't think Ethan's wounds were obvious. Might have looked passed out, and that's why the 911 call said someone passed out. Could be. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by the Moscow Police Department officers, the Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF, who is Bethany, the girl that was allegedly sleeping in the first floor bedroom, and Dylan Mortensen. They were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides, and they were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted with the MPD officers, ISP detectives, and the FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Ethan and Zaina are seen by Bethany. Okay, so we hear Bethany. Bethany sees Ethan and Zaina at the Sigma Chi house at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 on November 12th to 1:45 on November 13th. Here's my other question. How come we heard that the timeline changed? Was that intentional deception by the Moscow PD for some reason? That they said they believed that they were only there for an hour. And wasn't the timeline 8 to 9 that they told us? That they were there for only 1 hour? And that their whereabouts was unknown from 9 to 1:45? Interesting, right? That could be something they were doing for a reason, because that information changed, and we're going to have to be like cross-referencing dates of the original reports, because when that information changed, I want to see where they were in this case in connecting it to Pullman, Washington, and then to Bryan. Because I believe that timeline was just something they did to make it seem that they were not narrowing in on a suspect. Because they always had a suspect. But they kept telling the public how they didn't, right? So, yeah, I think that was intentional deception out there that was changed. Okay, so Bethany is seeing them at this party because she was probably there as well from 9 to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. And she also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m. that Ethan and Zaina returned back to the King Road residence. She also told investigators that Ethan did not live at the house, but that he was a guest of Zaina. So Kaylee and Madison were at a local bar, which we knew, the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Kaylee and Madison can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 on November 12th and 1:30 on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Madison can be seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. Now, someone else reported that he provided a ride, and we did hear from this driver through a news source, that he drove Kaylee and Madison home at approximately 1:56 a.m. The driver said in that thing that he wasn't followed from downtown Moscow to the King Road residence. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews, which I can't wait to see those, that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m. So this timeline was also changed, right? Because we didn't know anything about this DoorDash, right? This is with the exception of Zaina, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. But what else did that DoorDash driver see? I wonder. Now, Dylan said she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated that she woke up at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. So you would say if Gonsalves is playing with her dog, she probably heard the dog barking, probably heard, walking around, noise from the bedroom. Maybe she heard maybe it was muffled, but she heard some kind of voices, but maybe she thought they were playing with the dog, and if there were screams or something that was from playing with the dog, obviously here. So coming from one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Kaylee, but see, she could hear very clearly who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here. There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Zaina's phone showed this could also have been Zaina, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Now, was that her? 4:12 a.m. Dylan stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. If that was indeed Kaylee that she heard, well, then he was still upstairs and she didn't see anything. Closed the door. She opened it a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Zaina's room. And we're going to go through the model and everything, okay? Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So, was Zaina's room door closed? And she heard this? Did she recognize the voice? Was it different? They don't really elaborate. That's why it's going to be interesting to see the actual interview, right? At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, and the next time we go through this, we're going to start plotting stuff, or Jeff may be already doing that. A residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. And remember all this stuff about the dog wasn't barking, and see how wrong this is? Numerous times how wrong this all the speculation was. But when you don't have information, people will try to piece together things. Starting at 4:17 a.m. So the dog is barking starting at 4:17 a.m. 4:17. I'm going to mark that down. 4:17. Dog barking, and then we have that audio, right, from that camera. Audio from camera. Okay. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Zaina's bedroom. Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying. Now this is really scary. And saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose. So she didn't see the mouth or nose of this person. He was walking towards her. She described the figure as 5'10" or taller, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. So the thing that stands out most are bushy eyebrows. He's walking towards her. The male walks past Dylan. She doesn't mention that he says anything to her. She doesn't mention he has a weapon. She doesn't mention he has blood all over him. She doesn't mention any of that, right? Just that, well, we don't know that. I'm saying, according to this affidavit, in the interview, she may give all of that information. Okay, because they don't put everything in the affidavit. That's why I want to see the interview. But we're just talking about the affidavit now. All we hear is that he is dressed in black, his nose and mouth are covered, he has bushy eyebrows, And she sees him, and then he starts walking towards her, which must have been terrifying. She's frozen in shock. Can't move. She's frozen in shock, standing there. It's probably seeming like a dream. And he walks past her. So what does that tell us, that he walks past her? That there was no collateral damage killings, right? That tells us right there's no collateral damage murders. Because even if, let's say, something happened to the knife and he was no longer able to use it, if he was committing collateral damage murders, he had his hands. And her being in a state of shock, she would have been easy, right? So he walked past her. So now it's telling us that everything was intentional and they were 4 targets there. He walks past her towards the back sliding glass door. She then locks herself in her room. But she states that she did not state, so this is did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators, this leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. So he leaves. She's in there at 4:17, say, or 4:20, let's even give it 4:30, until that 911 call, those friends. Well, then what happened? She was totally immobilized, which can happen, in her shock, in denial, whatever, in that state of mind, in her room. So what then does Bethany come up? Does she come up and say, and tell Dylan, because right away the friends are called. But we don't hear that here. The next thing we go to is during the processing of the crime scene, there's a latent shoe print. And this is located during the second processing of the crime scene by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, which is a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material, probably like aluminol. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole. Okay, so we've got a pair of Vans, right? Vans in there. Does he wear Vans? I gotta say it right. Shoe. Detected. Print. Okay. Just outside of Dylan's bedroom. So that backs up what Dylan said, right? That he walked right past her. The print is right by the bedroom. Outside the door. Regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or the suspect's vehicle traveling to or leaving the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. So that is early morning hours of November 13th. They started with that footage. Okay. A review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. Okay, remember that she had 3:26 a.m. She had a DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On the video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1, starting at 3:29 a.m. So there was others at 3:29 a.m. They're spotting this vehicle, and ending at 4:20. So 3:29 to 4:20. There's multiple videos with suspect car 1. Sorry, I'm taking notes as we're going through this. The sighting shows suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes. So he passes by 1122 3 times. 3 times. Goes past 1122 and leaves via Walenta Drive. We're going to plot this out. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential area with a very limited number that travel in the area during the early morning hours. I wonder if it was that residential area we went up on. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during that time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time. Okay, look at that. Shortly after she got, this happened very quickly. It happened later than we thought, right? Later than we were led to believe, and that also could have been information that was used, deception, which can be used to not lead the suspect to believe that they had this right, or even that they had a suspect. So it's entering the area at 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road 52, then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect 1 vehicle is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. So these passings that he's going past are after the murders. Well, hold on a second. No, they would have to be before, because they have 4:17. They have TikTok, right? Wasn't that 4 o'clock was the DoorDash. So this occurred much later than we were led to believe, okay? He then is in front of the King Road residence and unsuccessfully attempts to park or turn around in the road. So then that suspect vehicle 1 continues to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again. Now, I know exactly what this is, because the house, remember the house is really on Queen Road. So he's going down towards that intersection where if you go to the left, you would go up to the house that allegedly Jack was in. And if you go to the right, you're going to go down and then come out to an intersection with that main road. So when he gets down there, he makes a 3-point turn and goes back up towards the house again. Then the next time that vehicle is seen is 4:20. So this was fast, okay? 4:20 he's seen leaving. Here they're saying 4:04. So let's say 4:05, 4:20, 15 minutes. He's gone. He's seen departing at 4:20 at a high rate of speed. And he's again departing on that Willenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and the review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe the suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Approximately 10 miles from Moscow. So they knew right on. Pullman, Washington, right? Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns. People commonly travel back and forth. Law enforcement officers provided videos, footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the FBI that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The FBI forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. So after this FBI expert reviews the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, this forensic examiner says he believes that the suspect vehicle 1 is a 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra. That's what we were told, right? But upon further review, this expert indicates, wait a minute, it could be as late a model as 2016 Hyundai Elantra, 2011 to 2016. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons and possessions of a vehicle 2011 to 2016 for a white Hyundai Elantra. Again, they did not release that information, okay? Purposefully, not to lead, in my opinion, not to let this suspect know that we're on to you. Investigators were given access to video footage on Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington, and a review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, the white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way, and at approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1 was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington. So he starts out for this at 2:44 a.m. That's his starting time, right? I'm just writing this down. And then he's seen traveling again at approximately 2:53 a.m. towards SR 270, and SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. So he's on his way from Pullman to Moscow, 2:53 a.m. The camera footage from Pullman was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle as being now this forensic examiner says, oh, that vehicle? That's between a 2014 and 2016. But you know what? We didn't hear that, right? Because they don't want to put it in. So that was right on target because it was a 2015. It is a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, consistent with the description of the suspect vehicle 1, was observed on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on the WSU campus. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. And they have a depiction here, but we're going to clean this up and do another one. And they're showing here that white Elantra seen leaving the WSU campus. And then there's red arrows, but there's multiple ones returning. And then this is 1630 Northeast Valley Road on November 25th. Now look, okay, so this is 11:25. The Moscow Police Department asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout. Okay, Bolo for the white Hyundai. But remember, they didn't go past 2013 at that time, right? On November 29th, 11:29, 12:28 a.m. 12:28 a.m. Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiango queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result, he located a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania license plate LFC 8649. Well, we know that's Bryan's. The vehicle was registered. Okay, so this ends the whole speculation. It's his mother's car, it's his father's car. The vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, who resides at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman. And that is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. And that's the last camera that picked up that white Elantra. Stadium Way and Cougar Way intersection. Stadium Way and Cougar. Okay. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for the white Hyundai, and he located the 2015 white Hyundai at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in the parking lot. That is an apartment complex that we've shown that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman ran the car, the plate, and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. Now it has a Washington tag, right? So this officer reviews Kohberger's Washington State driver's license, information and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet, 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows, going back to Dylan's descriptions. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male that Dylan saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation includes a review of the Ladder County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body camera and reports that on August, I'm going to write this down here, 8/21, 2022, He was detained at a traffic stop. And let me just say, that was in Moscow. And he was the only person inside that 2015 Hyundai Elantra that had Pennsylvania plates. So at that PA plates, LFZ 8649, which were about to expire November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via body cam, want to get that, Kohberger provided his phone number, and they redacted it, but 8458. Hereafter, the 8458 phone as his cellular number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that 8458 is a cellular phone number that's issued by AT&T. Now on October 14th, right, almost less than a month before the murders, October 14th, he stopped again, right? He stopped again. And upon review of that body cam, he was also the only one in the car driving that. And he had the Pennsylvania license plate. And he was stopped by a WSU officer, right? WSU officer that time. On November 18th, 5 days after the murders, according to the Washington State licensing, he registers that Elantra in Washington. So November 18th. Elantra in Washington. And what's interesting here is he doesn't put the front plate on. He gets new license plates, which are Washington plates CFB 8708. And he doesn't put the front plate on. Now, in Pennsylvania, they're not required to have a front plate. But in Washington and Idaho, they both require a front and back license plate. Now, investigators believe that Kohberger was still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th. This is interesting. 2022, via a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Loma, Colorado is where he is found driving December 13th. Loma, Colorado. And it was then queried on December 15th, the next time. Now, December 15th is when both of those traffic stops happened. So we see now that, according to this, they weren't told to do those traffic stops, which I didn't think was the case because it was not reported by any other source, and I think Fox News really messed up there, okay, by saying that. By law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. And that's where we have the traffic stops, and they're on this channel if you want to watch them. I've uploaded them in videos by themselves. On December 16th, the next day after those traffic stops, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance shows Kohberger's Elantra in Albertsville, Pennsylvania. He's the only one in the vehicle. He's no longer with his father, so they must have arrived home and he went out again. And it's saying that his family is in Albertsville, and they located them with the TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided at the on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for the Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics, and these records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay. This is interesting, his essay, because he was applying for an internship with the Pullman Police Department. Right? That's interesting. So, and that was the fall of 2022. He wrote an essay. And his essay said he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. And then, what we already know, Kohberger posted a Reddit survey which can be found on an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cell towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th. Between 3 and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. And a query of that 8458 phone in these did not show that 8458 number utilizing cell towers in the close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5. Well, why is that? Because he shut it off, put it on airplane mode. He was smarter than that, right? Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cell telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cell phone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them is in a particular area. Okay, yeah. So he turned it off, put it on airplane mode. Not going to be that stupid as to keep that cell phone connected to him during that time frame, right? I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. So this law enforcement officer is saying, okay, I know from my experience that if he fits the description usual, he's probably gone around this residence if he was indeed targeting this residence prior to when he committed this crime. Depending on circumstances, this could have been done a few days before or several months prior to the commission. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would leave their cell phone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day, that they would not leave their cell phone turned off or at a separate location. So what they're saying is, let's look at this data, which this leaked out as well, and it was by a source close to law enforcement. That data was linking him to stalking, right, these victims. Well, that's true, because they're not going to turn off the phone or leave it somewhere because they're just driving by the house. Maybe it's not even a fully executed plan at this point. So, yeah, why would he shut it off? On December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between the 12th of November, 2022 and the 14th for that phone number, that 8458. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records, this is 7 days before the arrest, for the 8458 phone. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albertsville, Pennsylvania, and that account has been open since June 23rd. So it's a relatively new account, right? What happened to his old phone? What was his old account? Was it on his parents' account and he finally got his own account? What was up with that? June 23rd, 2022. These records also indicate historical cell site location for that phone number. After receiving this information, I consulted with FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to, they're very qualified. Their trainings and all of that, right? On November 13th, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources around his apartment complex, apartment 201, here after the Kohberger residence. But then at 2:47, the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the residence, which would be consistent with it leaving the residence and traveling south through Pullman. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47, it stops responding to the network, and that's consistent that he either put the phone, disabled it, put it in airplane mode, turned it off, whatever. It wasn't reporting to the network anymore. And it didn't report to the network until approximately 4:48 a.m. So then it reports back at 4:48 a.m. It stopped at 2:47, the phone. So it's 2 hours, right? 2 hours. 2 hours, 1 minute. Approximately. At which time it utilized cellular resources to Idaho State Highway 95, south of Moscow, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26, the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho. Then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then back into Pullman. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the phone is utilizing sources that provide coverage to Pullman and consistent with the phone traveling back towards Kohberger's residence. Let me just see one thing here. 4:48. 4:48. And he pulls in at 5:30. Okay, so 5:30, phone's back at apartment. The phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that's observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone, its estimated locations and travel, the phone travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review, it shows that phone utilized cellular resources November 13th that are consistent with it leaving the residence at approximately 9 a.m. Now, let's look at this. On November 13th, this is after the murders, post murders. It's leaving again at 9 a.m. Is he saying, oh crap, where's my knife sheath? Oh crap, do I have time to go back there? Is anybody there? What the heck, I left my knife sheath. And it's traveling back to Moscow, okay? Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. So he's traveling back, 9:12, 9:21, he's utilizing cellular resources that are connecting him to being in that area. And then he's traveling back home at 9:32. So is he going there just to see if the police are there? Does he still not know that, what's going on? Investigators found the phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service on November 14th. But investigators do not believe that it was in Moscow on that date. Now, why they don't believe that, right? They say investigators found that it did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, but investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date, on the 14th. The 845 has not connected to any towers that provide service since that date. Well, does he still own that phone? Is that still his phone number, or did he ditch it and get a whole new account? And why do they think it wasn't there and then it was destroyed or something? I don't know. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, and this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of the phone reporting between 2:47 and 4:48 is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current prospective location information and a pen register trap for, I think that's a trap and trace on 8458. Phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in the case prior to this offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. So they want to see, hey, was he after any of these people before, right? On December 23rd, I received the historical records. From the time the account was opened in June 2022, and after consulting with the CAS special agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June 2022 to present. The records show the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions. Okay, 12 times he's utilizing cellular resources connected to 1122. Okay. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening or early morning, except for one. So all but one, late evening, early morning. One of these occasions, August 21st, 2022, okay, 8/21/22, 10:34 to 11:35, he's around there. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger was stopped 11:37 p.m. by the Ladder County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above, of the traffic stop on Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cell data showed that the phone utilized resources November 13th that were consistent with the phone traveling from that apartment in Washington to Lewiston, Idaho, via U.S. Highway 195 at approximately 12:36 p.m. The phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand. So that's November 13th, after the murders, a little afternoon, 12:36 in the afternoon. He's using resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand. And we're gonna plot this out and go take a look at it. Kate's Cup of Joe. 12:36 p.m. on Lewiston, Idaho via US Highway 195. Okay. And that's located at 810. Let's go take a look at that port drive. Jeff has emailed. Oh, you've got it. I was just gonna plot this one out. Thank you, Jeff. Let me go get that. Hold on. Okay, so consistent with the cell at approximately 12:46, he goes to Albertsons, right? And then their surveillance footage shows him getting out of his car in Albertsons. He purchases unknown items at the checkout. This is after the murders. He leaves. Additional analysis at 5:32 and 5:36 shows that provide coverage for Johnson, Idaho, and then it stops reporting. Look at that. Look at that. 5:36 to 8:30, almost 3 hours. That's interesting. What was he doing during those 3 hours? That's very interesting, isn't it? Getting rid of stuff? What was he doing? Getting rid of stuff, right? Something like that. And then on November 27th, they go to the trash, and then he's arrested. So let's take a look at Jeff's stuff here. Thank you, Jeff. And can somebody drop a link for Jeff's channel, please? Would one of the mods be so kind as to drop a link for Jeff? I have to get Jeff in the rotation. I have to also get Bucky Ann. It's just been so crazy. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate your work. I know, Nicole, you're subscribed to Jeff. If you could get the link for his channel or someone else that's subscribed, I think, please do so. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll do it when I get, if you don't have the link. But I think you guys should have the link. Okay, let me pull this over. Oh, and you know what? Let me, hold on a second. I want to do one thing before I do that. I want to give the number to Jeff just in case he wants to come up and explain anything about the map. If I'm not using the map correctly or something. I'm just going to send you the number, okay, Jeff? Just in case you have to explain something, you want to come up or whatever. Appreciate it. Copy invitation. Okay. Now I'll put that up there and hold on, we'll go to that in a second. Let me just send this to Jeff. Jeff. Okay. Let's put that there. And all right. So here's the okay, that's where the homicides occurred. 1122 right here. King Road. To Bryan's apartment is the next. And there's Bryan's apartment. Okay, and then 11:21, the farm road, that's the traffic stop, right? Where he was stopped. Let's see where that was. He stopped over here. Okay, and then U.S. Chef Store. Let's see, surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef Store located at 820 Port Drive and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect's vehicle drive past Kate's Cup of Joe. Okay, and so Kate's Cup of Joe is here. Now, if we want to go on a street view of that, right? We have to... Can we get on a street view of that, Jeff? I probably have to open... Yeah, I have to open in something else. Okay. So then Pullman, Washington is your next one. Okay. And then Lewiston, Washington. Why was he? There's the Albertsons here, the Chef Store, Kate's Cup of Joe. Traveling from Pullman to Lewiston. Okay, and the internship you put on here at the City of Pullman Police Department, and then the Albertsons grocery store over here. Okay, and then (2:47 a.m. on the 13th, leaving that apartment, and then it wasn't turned on again until 4:48, 4:45 to 5:26 path of travel. So as he was leaving, well, 4:48 it was turned on here, and then traveled towards Genesee. (11:13, 5:27 a.m. the Elantra traveled south. How come I can't read the rest of this? Bryan left home, traveled to 9 a.m. This is when he went back towards the crime scene, right? He left his apartment. Oh, good. Maybe Jeff can share his screen and do this. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Carolyn, how you doing?
Good. Are you able to, do you want to share the screen and do this route since you did this? Are you able?
You know what? I think because I'm still adding. I think what you're doing is good. Maybe if I let me mute
Okay. All right, because I don't want to mess it up.
You keep. Or no, I can't mute my computer because I can hear you. I just need to be sure I mute my YouTube. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, YouTube's muted.
And then you have, he returns to this area that's from 9 to 9:12 a.m. He's returning to the area. What do you think of this affidavit? It's crazy, right?
Oh my gosh.
So
Gosh, it
there's-
sheds a lot of light that we didn't know.
Yeah, and no collateral damage because he walked right by her. So he was definitely targeting all four of them. Right?
You don't think that was one of the, you hear about people that do crimes and they leave somebody alive to tell the story, or
Oh gosh,
don't
that's
think it's one
crazy
of
to
those
think
things. Or
of.
maybe
Yeah.
he's just, I don't know. You think he expected there to be them there? Maybe it's like
I don't know. What do you think
hired
about
to do anything else.
how it says? Do you like they? It almost seems like they don't. The officer doesn't realize it wasn't apparent how Ethan was killed. That's the way I read it, kind of, because it was determined by the autopsy. But that could just be something in the way it was written. I don't know. It just seemed like, and he didn't say whether Ethan was on the bed or the floor or where Ethan was found. But he says Zaina was on the floor and the girls were in the bed, but Ethan is not described where he was. Except
one
in
thing
the
about
room.
that sheath, though, does make me think that I don't think that the sheath tells us anything about the order that they were killed in. I just think that that's the moment it was knocked off his belt was there. So that was probably whoever was fighting back probably knocked it off.
Yeah,
And,
but Dylan says he walks by her and then goes out.
But I mean the sheath, just the
Right,
weird
just the
sheath.
sheath. Yeah. But the sheath with, I guess, Dylan's story tells us that the girls were killed first.
Oh, Dylan reveals info that.
Well, Dylan
the
says
order?
that she comes out after she hears what she thought was crying, and she's standing in her doorway, and she sees him in Zaina's room, and then he's walking towards her, bushy eyebrows, black face mask, and then he walks past her and out towards the sliding doors. So yeah,
I still don't understand why was no 911 call made right at that moment?
I don't get it. Like, even if she was in shock, I don't know. It could just be she's.
And I mean, I can understand one person being in shock, but two?
Well, they don't say anything about Bethany, right? Bethany's downstairs. Who knows when she got up? We're not told that at all. Okay, Margot, I'll see what I can do about that. Let me see. Saying there's.
I mean, people call the police for stuff that is just like, they don't need to be calling the police, wasting their time. But this is something that clearly it's if you refresh your browser, you'll probably be able to see a couple more things I added. I added where originally I started working backwards in the affidavit, adding stuff, and then I thought, no, let me go to the top. So I wish I'd done it right from the top. It would probably would have been faster, because then it puts all the items also in order. I had to resort the order, but I just put in there where the on the 13th, 5:30, the phone was in Johnson, Idaho, and then it stopped, reporting its location somewhere around there. I was trying to figure out where that would have happened.
Is that? I don't know if that'll. I'll just try to noise complaints and call police. Yeah, I don't know.
It amazes me too. I'm just sitting here reading that, DNA found in the trash connecting his father. I mean, unbelievable police work. This is awesome. I mean, the police work is awesome. This isn't awesome, but I'm just amazed.
Jeffrey, did it come in yet?
Ooh. Wait, hold on a second.
Check something else because I'm just. Let me just see one thing here.
Later today. Later today.
Okay. There
So
is.
I think that I can, and if you see anything that's like needs to be cleaned up, let me know. I clean this right here with that.
Okay, the only thing that's I did see, okay? There's a man, William Kohberger Sr. of Horseheads, New York, which is upstate New York. And he passed away on May 8th of 2009. He served his country with the U.S. Marine Corps, veteran of World War II. But, I mean, yes, the last name, now let me see. See if he's
Where'd you say?
connected.
Horsehead Spring?
Horseheads, New York. But let me just see if there's any connection that he would have to them. He's survived by his sons and daughter-in-law, William and Kathy, Michael and Barbara. Now, his father's name is Michael, but he's not married to a Barbara. But could that be his? Could that be Michael's father? Because Michael's a junior. So let me just see something if that connects it. Let me just see.
Oh, maybe like Grandpa's Night?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was it something that was handed down? I don't know, but let me see. It doesn't. 8 great-grandchildren, 14 grandchildren. It doesn't list the names of the grandchildren, but there's a Michael and Barbara of Kohberger of Erin, New York. Are they his father's parents? Let me just see. I don't think so. His father, do we know how old his father is? His mother's in his 60s, so I don't think it could be. I think it's just a coincidence there that. William, Michael and Barbara, because William and Kathy, Michael and Barbara. Let me just look at this for 1 second. Michael and Barbara, Robin and Mary. Well, I don't know. Just trying to see. But he could have got it a number of ways. He could have got it in an auction. He could have got it from a friend. I'll see what comes forward now that they have described that sheath, right? And to see if it has any significance with his parents, knowing where that might be from.
Right.
Because his father, let me see. Surprising links. Let me just go back to the chat. Let's see. Is it possible she thought he was one of the frat guys punking them, trying to scare them? It could be. It could be. But that would say that he wasn't, okay. You would think then that they saw a latent footprint outside of her door. So are we saying that there was no blood? And if there was blood over there, as you would think he would have, would she think it was somebody punking them, or she would just be frozen?
What are the latent? What are the, actually just looking up the definition of latent to see what they mean by a latent footprint.
But did he get? Oh, they didn't say whether he got rejected from that internship or anything. Just that he wrote an essay. Rubbity bub. I wonder if I turned down the booster. Maybe. See if that's any better when we're both talking, and I can see if that's any better. He was at the grocery store after the murders. Yeah, he was at Albertsons buying items. They don't list what they are.
Do you think they sell knives in Albertsons?
No, it was before when he went to Albertsons. I mean, it was after when he went to Albertsons.
Oh, Albertsons was after.
Yeah. So it makes it sound like either something for cleanup or something to address any wounds that he had, or right. I don't know. It's let's see. I sent you an email regarding the possible single source. Oh, okay, let me check.
And so it
Thanks
sounds like
about-
he was back in the scene of the murder around 9 a.m. that morning. Is that what? Did I read that correctly?
I'm sorry. So yes, he went back in the morning at 9 o'clock. After 9 o'clock.
I wonder if that news report of the Elantra, of they said they could see the white Elantra in the background of that news report.
Right.
Let me see if I have the time.
That's what I mean. It's going to be a lot of time connecting all this stuff. See, this is a Heart Made Wise. Put this U.S. Marine Corps. It's just sold. You don't have to be in the U.S. Marine Corps. You can just get this knife. It's not something that would have been handed down. So this is okay. Well, thanks for that, Heart. So that's, you don't have to. I thought it was something that was like, but is there a snap on that sheath? Let's see. Where's the snap? Up here. Snap. There it is. And so if that goes around a belt buckle, unless he didn't have it in a belt buckle at all and was holding it.
So that would have been the 13th that he would have returned to the scene of the crime, right?
Yes.
Oh. This news report from KTVB where you can see the Elantra, a white car in the background, was what's posted on YouTube the 14th.
I wonder if that's if they found anything connecting with a purchase when they went back to his apartment in the office. And my chat is just trying to catch up over here, so. Doesn't sound like he went home and had a good sleep. No, I don't think he was sleeping at all. This is just one distributor, but I'm guessing maybe they found. Okay, well, thank you, Hart. So that solves that. I thought it was something that was like issued to someone in the Marine Corps, and it was like maybe passed down to him, but that makes sense. Okay. So go back to the Google Earth. And
with that, the license plate reader caught him in Loma, Colorado. He sure went way south before going. It seems like
yeah. What was at the route was like and then into Indiana, and the next day they were in Pennsylvania. But wow, this is really crazy. So what was his? Yeah, wow. There's so much. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Well, let me see what if I can get the I'll see if his parents' statement after court, the Gonsalveses. I mean, Kaylee's. Let me go back to the thing here. Let's see. Okay, so Brian Enton, 52 minutes ago, spoke with the Loudoun County Sheriff. He says he has heard of nothing out of the ordinary with Kohberger in the jail so far. He says they are trying to accommodate his vegan diet restrictions, but they're not going to buy new pots or pans or anything like that. Now let's see, the parents make a statement. Let me see what this is.
For the first time, This is the beginning of the criminal justice system, and the family will be here for the long haul. And that's the statement for the media today. Thank you.
That was a statement that the family's going to be there for the long haul. Okay, so that was a short statement. And again, he got no bail. His attorney asked for bail, but the judge denied it. Victims' families were in the front row. They were crying when their names were read. Next status hearing will be in 1 week. The other thing was, Bryan was put in a helmet when he was transported from the airport into the pickup truck to the jail. And just trying to see his, 1 second.
I really wonder what Brian's parents are thinking at this point after hearing all this.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, is this could the chances of having the wrong guy?
Yeah, after this sounds
Serious
pretty.
frame up job. Like,
Yeah. This is. I just don't understand why I can't get this. This up.
but man, done in by bushy eyebrows and a Hyundai Elantra.
Right, and a lot of mistakes, right? Just trying to look at some of this stuff that's coming out here. So wow, this is pretty. I wonder what his attorney's thinking that if she's going to do. Explain anything of this away. I mean, and especially, I mean, I can't wait till they release all the interviews with, especially with the roommates, to really hear their real story. What happened that they couldn't put into this affidavit. And what his when did they get on his radar, and what's going on, like all of that. It's just so crazy. Okay, so let's see.
And they say it was like a Vans type of shoe sole. I wonder.
Yeah, did he
doing any searching to?
Did he
see
wear
if any
Vans?
photos-
Right. Did he wear Vans? Like what somebody say, like how Jack, his shoes were analyzed like crazy, poor guy. But there's not a lot. I mean, he got rid of so much of his social media. There's not a lot of pictures of him, of Bryan. Let me just.
And imagine the shoes when he's walked into court. Those are probably provided by the court.
Yeah,
provided
yeah, by the
law
jail.
enforcement. They're not his shoes. Of course, they do look like Vans, though.
Types faker Vans. I'm trying to get back to the chat, but the computer's getting too crazy. Let's see. So, you put a phone turned on. Bryan returns home. So Loma. Is there any way to get to the street? Like when I'm on here, if I want to change to like a street view, is there somewhere to get to a street view?
Yeah, you just You like if you want to, what I do is I double click on one of the items on the left to double click on it and get you like in the vicinity.
Right.
And then off to the far right corner, there's a little, shape of a little person.
Yeah, and I put him there, and you put him in on the little thing, right?
Yeah. Was it not doing it?
I didn't do it. Oh, but let me try it again. Hold on.
If it's not doing it, it might mean that you have to place it where you see a blue road. Because like you can't place it near like at the home in the Poconos. You can put that little guy near the front gate, but that's about as far as you can go. Doesn't seem to be zooming in. When you double click on the actual words themselves that say the
Oh gosh,
date
there's
and
a
time.
guy's shadow right there. Okay, hold on. Let me click back to this. Loma, Colorado. Okay, that time it did it.
What if the murder weapon just happened to be right there where you're
It
looking
was
at
in
it?
real time, right? Yeah, I used Colorado and that. Usually it has the date. The picture.
And let me know if you want me to add anything to this Google Earth. I can do that.
What they would have been. Loma, Loma, Stockton, Loma. Wonder if that's a.
And that placement of the Loma, Colorado, that's just a rough.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just checking. I just wanted to see if there was anything. It's got very small.
I assume, yeah, when it says license plate reader, I assume that's like from a moving police car, or do they have things that
Might be at
intersections?
the exit. Yeah, it could be at the exit too when they get off. Gas station here, which is the Sinclair. Okay, I want to see the coffee shop. That's what I wanted to go to. Let's see, Kate's Cup of Joe. Okay, let's see. This is so flat here. I think it's the salt. Is that 2022. Where is the Kate's Cup of Joe? Street view. U-Hauls, right? Something, I don't know. Look like U-Hauls. Okay, there we go. Brewing Company. Salt Cellars. Auto Center, that must be a Walmart, looks like. I'm surprised how they zeroed in that Kate's Cup of 810 Port Drive. That Port Drive.
What amazes me sometimes is how close police are to crime. I mean, there's the guys on the Banfield
I wonder if it's
SWAT team as Brian's leaving the area, for that shooting,
right.
like right under their nose.
Where's this Kate's cup of coffee, or cup of, I think she, 8:10. Port Drive.
Is that a cuckoo clock where the bird like
That's
comes
a
out?
cuckoo clock, yes. So
I
it's
gotta
from
get one of those.
Black Forest of Germany, yeah. Okay, so Kate's 8:10 Port Drive. Right over here. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Maybe can't get a street view of that, but it's, is this the Walmart? This must be, is that a I think that is a Walmart right here. And that's the brewing company over here. Real chef store.
It's interesting he traveled so far east after the murder, allegedly.
Yeah, and where was he gonna, like, why was he doing that? What was he gonna use? What was
You
over
think he
there?
thought about going home, like to Pennsylvania, and then he remembered, it's like, oh shoot, Dad's coming
No,
out.
I
he's
think he
flying
was
out.
like probably trying to say, well, I wasn't there. I was coming from there. I had been all night somewhere else, you know.
Yeah.
Trash recovered from DNA was on 12/20. Okay. 12/27. How they got in the gated community, right? I guess they had to get a warrant probably with the, or some kind of thing with the people at the gate.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they don't pull up in a trash truck and, you know, on the day the trash is picked up and the person at the gate
yeah.
is like, oh, yeah, I'll let you in here. Or you just go right on in, you know.
Right.
Actually, I should look, you know, like some gated communities, you know, they have a lane for visitors and a lane for residents. So oftentimes, you know, a visitor just get in the resident lane, just drive right on in. Let me see if I can see the street view of,
Let me go back to the live chat here. Hold on. Live chat. Live stream. My live stream is so far behind. Okay. You can't. Okay, so they're saying they can't understand you, that you're echoey, but let me try. I'm going to try some different settings on my mic, okay? So if it's picking up. Can you say something now, Jeff?
am I echoey? I mean, it could be, I have my computer speakers on. Maybe my real voice and my speakers are coming through my mic. I can put some headphones on.
Yeah, maybe that'll help. Let's see. All right, I'm just going to try to put headphones on, okay? All right, thanks for putting out the channel, Jeff. Kevin, Jeff's channel. Can't get over why he would have used his own car. He knows that his car would have been seen. It's really crazy. Kalani says, Mommy, it'll probably be a shack in the parking lot of a store. Coffee shacks are located a lot in that part of the country. Okay, thanks, Kalani. I've never been in that area, but that's kind of what it looks like, right? You're behind, but anyone else get a chill hearing? Yeah, it was pretty chilling, especially the part with Dylan. If anybody wants to call in with any questions, let me know. Or anything to say about this. WSU dumpster during a football weekend. You can still understand, Jeff, Robert Bob? Okay, good.
Okay, that probably sounds better now, I bet.
See if that's better now, guys. I think it sounds even better for me a little bit, so I think hopefully it'll be good.
So nothing but my real voice should be hitting the microphone.
Okay, Let's see. It takes a while for the chat to catch up. See if that's better, guys. So I just, wonder what that, let me just see if I can get that, this other thing I'm hoping for. Hold on 1 second. Come on.
You're looking at the gate to that gated community. It looks like you have to go through the, you got to talk to the person at the gate. You don't have like a lane, you can just drive on through.
Okay, so let me see if I can get this Fox. I'm just going to see if I can pull that press conference. Not press conference, hearing. Okay. Here's a still for the. Where did I just put you?
What is it you're looking for, Carolyn?
Oh, I'm just going to show his hearing today. So there is a still of him right there. That's his lawyer that we were talking about before. And I do also want to look into that case and let you know exactly what she did was she said that an Idaho police officer gave like false statements and overturned the conviction, but he ended up being reconvicted. And I just wanted to go through that story because it was a neat case on its own, but of course we're not going to preempt the affidavit. The other thing was, let me see here. Let's go over here. Okay. All right, so he was ordered held without bond when he appeared before the judge on Wednesday morning, shortly after the release of chilling details related to how he brutally murdered 4 University of Idaho students on November 13th. And here's another really chilling, crazy still after hearing that, how he's smiling, and that's definitely not the face tune. He's actually sitting there pretty smugly during the hearing. And here's another. Okay, so Kohberger stood before Judge Megan Marshall in the Idaho County Courthouse for his initial appearance on Thursday morning. He was led into Idaho County Jail hours earlier, late Wednesday night, after Pennsylvania State Police plane carried him across the country. He wore an orange jumpsuit that stated prisoner and LCSO and did not appear to be wearing handcuffs. He looked straight and stared deliberately at the judge, often nodding as she spoke. He responded yes. When the judge asked him if he understood the proceedings and the charges against him, he occasionally looked down and responded when asked, "I have court-appointed counsel." Another image inside courtroom. He faces the death penalty or life in prison if convicted of the highest counts of first-degree murder, 1 count for each of the 4 victims. He was charged with burglary with intent to commit murder, for which he faces a 1 to 10-year prison sentence. He looks rather upbeat. Some of the victims' relatives, including Kaylee Gonsalves's father, Stephen Gonsalves, were present throughout the hearing. 12 people sat in the rows reserved for family. Kohberger's hearing lasted only minutes, during which time his attorney, public defender Ann Taylor, asked Marshall to consider bond. The Ladder County prosecutor, Bill Thompson, successfully asked that Kohberger be held without bond, and Thompson also successfully requested that Kohberger be barred from contacting the survivors and the victims of the families for 2 years. Computer keeps logging up here. Phone's going off like crazy. Okay, here we are. Oh, here. And hold on, I think I closed my Google Chrome. I hope I didn't. Let me open it up again. Sorry guys in the chat, my Google Chrome crashed, so I'm opening it up again. You still here, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure everything didn't close down on me. Here it comes. Okay.
Sorry, I'm so talkative. People tell me I gotta shut up sometimes.
Oh, no. It's not. Okay, restore. There we go with the Google Earth. Got the affidavit. And let me find the chat. It'd be good for me to find the chat. Okay. Wow, it's 3:11 already. This is crazy. So, let me just find the chat here. Okay. Top chat, live chat. Where's my chat? I can't. There it is. I guess he will be allowed internet, etc., while in the jail. Well, I mean, he's not going to have a device. I don't know if there's a common room or something where, but I don't know what the rules are. Hi, Deidre. Wasn't she afraid he was going to come back for her? I would have called the police right away to get help unless she went into shock and was aiming. Yeah, I don't know, Deidre, right? You would think, right? Oh my gosh. Or even call the other roommate downstairs. I don't know. She might have just, I don't know. It's hard just to get it from the affidavit. That's why I'd like to see her interview.
Maybe there's additional information there they don't want to reveal at this point.
Right. Well, the affidavit is just enough to get the arrest. It's not like a summary of the case, so it's not going to have a lot of stuff in it. So she could have said he was covered in blood. She could have said there was blood in the hallway. It's not in the affidavit. Doesn't mean it. She didn't say it. So. Do you have a picture of Dylan, the roommate? Was she in any of their group shots? Yeah, she's in the one group shot where they're all together. You know, they cut them out, but there's pictures. If you search that, you'll see it. I'm surprised that. Okay, so let's pull that. affidavit up there for. Let me pull this back up there. After. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. And then all this is redacted to be the cause of sharp force injuries. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Would make it sound like if he's going to help her that he got Ethan first, right? I don't know. Or something. It's so, and then what about this? Nobody heard about that DoorDash. That was kept surprisingly quiet, right? The DoorDash. Sorry, been driving around. Are they not going for the... I don't think they've said that. Did they say about the death penalty or not? I don't even know. I've been so wrapped up in the affidavit. Let me go back here and see. Held without bond. That's what they're saying about this. It was minutes long. And I showed you, let's say he came with a jumpsuit. He looked straight and stared deliberately at the judge, often nodding as she spoke. He responded yes when the judge marshal asked him if he understood the proceedings and the charges against him. He occasionally looked down and responded when asked, "I have court-appointed counsel." And here's the family members exiting after the hearing. Let's see. It just says he faces the death penalty or life in prison. They haven't stated that. But he's definitely eligible if he's... Where's the state of Idaho? Let's see if there's anything else. So what the Mike Mancuso, a prosecutor in Monroe County, said Tuesday he believed that Kohberger waived extradition to Idaho because of a need to know how investigators established the probable cause after the crime. And I quote Mancuso saying, "Having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development." Let's see over here. Conference. So yeah, I mean, that was all that occurred at the hearing. The affidavit is. Affidavit. All right, I'm going to put see if anybody else wants to come up and say anything, or if anybody wants to call in, you can email me too. But your thoughts on this, yeah, let's hear it. Just everybody talk one at a time, and then we'll be good. Let's see. Invite, copy invitation. All right, let's get everybody in here. I'll put this in Slack, and then if anybody wants to call in that's not in Slack, you're able to just email me. Okay. There we go. And then there was a tragedy out in Utah, right? 8 members of a family. Hello? Okay. Oh, Linda's flying in.
Yeah, I heard about that. Is it? They don't know who did that?
I didn't even get a chance to look at it. Yeah, but hello, Linda. We are live.
Okay.
Okay, and I was just making sure because I don't want I am getting a complex.
Okay,
What do you think? Did you hear that?
They got the right guy, and I don't know why these girls didn't call the police, or the girl didn't call the police.
Oh, she was in shock, evidently. I don't know.
Somebody strange was walking around my house. I don't know. She heard voices. She heard thumping, dog barking. I don't think she had anything to do with it. Seems a little odd. 8 hours later, they got.
Okay, so hold on, let me pull the affidavit up again. Where the affidavit keeps going away. I just think I want to go back on like all those press releases and see, because they had all of this information, and no wonder they weren't interested in the Hyundai in Oregon or a lot of this stuff, because they had so much information. It's just crazy. I understand why I've got this thing and I can't get over here. I just want to put that for a second and the affidavit here. Okay. So yeah, to go back and see how early they were already zoned in, and it's amazing. If it tells anybody, really, you're not going to get away with this stuff. It's crazy. I'm just going to warm my coffee because they have so much information already, and you're talking about where people were saying, oh, he's an expert, in this criminology and all this forensics, but he made such really stupid mistakes. Unless he was planning to get caught, I mean, what else could you say? I don't know. Hold on, I'm coming.
Maybe the only people that responded to his survey were those that were caught.
What did you say?
Or all the people that responded to his survey maybe were just all ones that were caught.
Well, that's what he wanted. He wanted people that were caught, yeah. Okay, here's a heart made noise. Hi, Heart.
Hi. I was still thinking about the knife. I mean, we said it was a single source of it, and I was just thinking, could there be something on the sheet that made it more identifiable. You know, some markings or like an engraving, but you know how they embossing or something personalized somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they described the sheath, but hold on, I'm getting my coffee in 1 second.
Yeah, maybe the DNA on that sheath got there not on the night of the murder, but maybe it was on there from, some other day, some other point in time.
Right. Like, did they say he was wearing gloves or
Yeah,
not?
I don't know.
I can't remember that in the affidavit or not, if it said he was described as wearing gloves or not. But, you know, even if he was, he could have forgotten that he, had his fingerprint, thumbprint on that snap before.
And I would imagine, maybe he practiced, what he's going to do. Maybe like, okay, I snap it with this with this hand. I snap it like this. I grab it like that. And in all that practice, maybe he left some of his own DNA on the sheath.
Yeah, yeah. I would think he definitely practiced.
Maybe they
I
pulled
saw
his
some
belt
YouTuber
and
posted some video of I don't know if it was actually Bryan's social account, but it was like it linked to some videos that showed some martial arts and stabbing techniques and something like that. And
probably not real.
that wasn't real.
Probably not. Yeah, there's so much.
Probably not, because like when he first, the very morning that he was announced the suspect, we scoured the internet
Yeah.
for social media accounts and there were none. And then all of a sudden all these fakers started popping up.
Yeah, there was like nothing. He scrubbed, and I wonder if they could see when he scrubbed everything clean. He just, yeah. It's crazy. I just don't know how he could be knowing everything we know now and those traffic stops.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like Jodi Arias, she's calm as a cucumber because they don't, and they'll pull over somebody like us who have done nothing. And I look like I killed 10 people when I get pulled over for anything. Like I'm just correct,
Yeah.
Can't make eye contact with them. It's like so crazy. And then you look at these people and what they've done, and you think they would be like a nervous wreck, but they don't experience the emotions, the normal thing.
I don't know why, but like I always think Cleveland's mad at me, because I had a rubber tail light or
Right.
it was 5 miles too fast or something.
Yeah, it's nuts. I don't know. It's
Like, I'm sorry.
just Jodi Arias too. Like they didn't even notice anything at all unusual with her. She didn't seem nervous. She didn't seem. He got pulled over twice, and you're thinking like, wow, they've got me now. Knowing that he had to know, he left the sheath cover back at the crime scene, right?
That's crazy. He had to be, I mean, can you imagine how long he was like a cat on a hot tin roof, just like nervous all the time?
Right,
He
and-
was like crap when he went to class.
Was he possibly going back to get it? Do you think, like, he went back? Did he ever try to go back to get it and did at 9? But maybe maybe he was petrified. She would have called 911 immediately, thinking like, I can't go back in there.
I think he was thinking about going back in.
But when he went
Well,
by
maybe
at
he was
9,
unaware of where he dropped it and thought maybe he dropped it on the way to walking to the car.
or maybe
something like
maybe
that.
he could have bundled that stuff up. Like, however he did. She said he was all in black, so that cancels out that white Tyvek suit and stuff. Yeah, so it's like, did he have his stuff bundled up somewhere and he threw it out and thinking maybe he thought there was a chance it wasn't there.
Yeah. So
And
you think he was still wearing a tie-back suit over his black clothing?
I don't know. She said he was dressed all in black and bushy eyebrows, and his nose and his mouth were covered.
When she saw him, but we don't know what she was looking like before she saw him, right? So he could have had a cover all on, right?
I would really want to see her interview so you could really hear what happened in her own words, without it
Me
being
too.
shortened.
I was thinking like, if he was all in black, it was dark, maybe she wouldn't have seen blood on him if he was just appearing in the, house. And she was probably standing in her doorway, correct? She said she opened the door.
Yeah, open the door, yeah.
I wondered if Ethan saw her if it was dark, Otherwise,
But
why
I
would he?
wonder if you just like say like, well, who is that? Who's there? Ethan, or like call, like Ethan, right? Or something, like even if you didn't think anything was up. But you heard noise and you heard crying and you'd be like, Zane, are you okay? Like, is everything all right?
Yeah.
Something like before you would even get panicked that you're not thinking it's an intruder. She thought Kaylee was playing with their dog.
Surely she had made some sort of reasoning in her mind for all of these things as they occurred, oh, Zane is crying, maybe I should mind my own business, or, things like,
Right.
it is so odd, but you can only think that she had to be dismissing these things, one by one, because she didn't call.
I wonder if she'll say anything, now that the affidavit is out, if she'll do an interview or something with someone, and I don't know what will happen after that.
I feel really bad for her because I think a lot of people are not going to understand. I am afraid she'll be vilified.
Oh yeah.
Even though they were beyond help by the time she saw him, undoubtedly, right?
Right.
Do you think Ethan may have been in the bathroom and he went in and stabbed Xana and then hid? And then Ethan came in and said, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," not knowing what the heck is even going on.
I don't know. So weird. And none of them had like.
That he said to Xana, unfortunately. That's how I took it. It was, was the thing he said to Xana, and it gave me ill.
Yeah, just like what do you have targeted all four of them for? Like,
That's so
just what is the connection that you would do something that horrific? And where was he those what was it, 2 hours that he was, when was that?
Where his phone was off?
2 hours afterwards, like the next, was it the next day after? Was
Actually, I've been adding a bunch to the Google Earth. If you want to, you can actually see the cameras. There are like 6 cameras in a row that follows his path from, and all the roads he turns on.
I just want to see when that was.
You know what really?
Oh, 2:47 to 4:48. 2 hours, and then he ends up near Blaine, Idaho. 2 hours and 1 minute. So I wonder if they were able to check dumpsters and everything in that area, because like Photos Doulos, remember they were dumping evidence like crazy.
I'm sure they have looked, but it's such a big area, gosh.
And I want to hear what they found in his apartment and his office.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard anything about that.
Stuff out of there.
Right. I wonder if they'll unseal those search warrants and stuff.
Do you think we'll see the interviews ever?
Eventually, yeah, sure. That'll be in there, yeah.
But maybe not before trial.
It's just a matter when.
Probably not before trial.
Well, when Redlick was. Well, you have what's her name's out before the trial, the suitcase murderer.
Oh yeah.
Got her stuff really fast. It depends. Yeah. See when they put it out.
What something that really stood out to me when you were reading the affidavit was, and they could have redacted this information. But I don't think so, because of just how it all seemed to unfold there. There was no mention of any screams, and I just feel like, he walked in there having been very practiced and had a very set plan of what he was going to do. I don't even want to think about it, but some sort of attack that would have prevented screams.
Yeah. She had
But he wouldn't get caught.
What was that? Okay, so here we go. Trash recovered. So I just refreshed this. And
Trash recovery?
no, I'm just looking at the
Oh.
Google thing, the Google Earth that Jeff worked on. So here.
Oh, yeah.
Like Kate's Cup of Joe, yeah, I think you're right. Kalani, she's saying they have like what they call coffee shacks out there, where they're
Yeah.
just coffee places inside parking lots, and that's exactly what that looks like. And the,
Yeah,
the
I see
U.S.
those too.
chef store, you know, I was thinking like, oh my gosh, knife right there. Like, is that for U.S. chef store? That was kind of scary. But what would I don't know what it, but there was the camera from the U.S. chef store that picked him up on the Kate's Cup of Joe. So here's the U.S. chef store. Here's the Kate's Cup of Joe.
Poor Kate, sure she wants nothing to do with this. Goodness.
She'll probably get extra business, people driving around and
Oh,
stopping
yeah.
for a cup of coffee, maybe.
You know, there still might be a chance that they could still recover the weapon. I mean, I'm sure they're looking really, really hard.
And I think this is, there's a Walmart that I thought I saw right around here. This is the,
With the FBI involved, I mean, they could throw a whole lot of resources into, like, you know, looking at waterways and stuff like
Granite
that.
Lake Park is, oh, here's the big body of water.
Yeah, and I mean, they've looked in waterways for weapons before, and recovered guns and knives and things like
Is
that.
that the Snake River? Yeah, it could have had, yeah, he could have just pitched it in that Snake River. Clearwater River, Holbrook Island.
I'm hoping that if they do recover it, you know, it was engraved, had some other personal identifying information on it somehow.
So I was thinking right away, that, oh my gosh, it was something that somebody handed him down, and then his parents would be like, oh crap, that's,
You know,
grandpa such and such's
it
knife
still
that
could
he-
have been. It still could have been. It just seems like kind of unlikely that he would use grandpa's knife, doesn't
Right,
it?
yeah.
Ugh.
But he's made,
Oh, God.
he seems so confident that he will exonerate himself, but he left an eyewitness who puts him at the scene of the crime and his DNA. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. If he's really doing this
I
as
guess
some type of research project, it's crazy.
But again, I guess, you know, he's that, you know, messed up in the head. He potentially would use grandpa's knife and not think twice about it. I sure hope not, though.
It's so creepy, yeah. It's so creepy.
My stomach hurts from this affidavit. It just made me feel so.
It's yeah. When I saw that story about Dylan, it was like so crazy that he walked right past her.
Yeah, that's the part that's the hardest to understand is like, even if you're saying in your head, no, there's nothing, you know, nothing, I can think of some reason why, you know, this is okay, or, that moment when she was brave enough to lock her door. That's something like,
Someone's
you just, like,
go ahead.
you at least think about it, right?
Right, yeah.
Things, you know, even if it turns out to be nothing, or I'm just being silly, maybe I should call them anyway, you know?
Right. And Robert Bob is saying, I would never have used my own car. Okay, what were his options? Like, okay, if he rented a car, then there's all cameras in the car rental, right? So, bingo, he'd be caught on that. If, you know, it's this car, okay, what happens? Yeah, that. And what is he going to do? Borrow someone's car? Then that's also a thing. So what could he do? Get a bike and drive there on a bike? And maybe that somebody doesn't always have. What are the other options that he has without letting anybody know that he was there? Like, okay, he's got a getaway driver. Then he's already got another person that can talk and rat him out. So I don't know.
Yeah, you think you would at least have like, I don't know, park the car a little farther away.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem well thought out. And then plus how he like went down, made a 3-point turn, tried to, like it just,
You know, the other thing that I think maybe everybody's already figured this out. I just am just noticing this. The affidavit mentions Steiner Avenue, so it sounds like that gas station camera, the picture that we looked at of the
Yeah.
Elantra for so long is true. Because it's that's consistent. The camera took the picture from the gas station.
oh, yeah.
Ron
And-
yeah.
East White. They went across Highway 8 and got onto Steiner Avenue.
Oh, you know what I wanted to look at? Remember when the police said they changed the timeline and they didn't know where Zaina and Ethan were from 9 to 1:45?
Yeah, that's.
That was
I-
something that was
what?
fabricated, I believe, in my opinion, in order to make them seem like they didn't know a lot about what was going on. Because they, and this affidavit, they have it there that Bethany said she saw them at the party from that whole time.
Yeah, so they knew from the beginning.
So yeah, so
Wonderful.
why did they change that in order to, and where were they like when they had the, they kept saying, we don't have any suspects, we don't have any suspects. And they had him in their sights. They connected right away, first to Pullman, then to WSU, then to the car. You know, it's like, then they had the car registered to him. They got him when he was, you know, they were catching his car all over the place and the surveillance. And when he changed his plates, it was like he was always in their radar.
Yeah.
But they never questioned him, right? Never went, they didn't want to go that far as, I guess, to spook him and risk something. Or risk, yeah. It's just so odd. Let's see. Christine says, Robert Bob, he thinks he's going to be set free in his mind. He looks, so look at his face on court, unreal. It doesn't bother him, evil.
It's hard to imagine that he could still think that after seeing the affidavit, but you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and back to his attorney. Yeah, she got him. So was about a false statement. Let me just get it real quick.
You think you'd be like, oh man, they got me dead to rights, that's it.
Okay. So.
I
Especially
guess the tenacity of somebody like this, you just don't. You don't give up. I mean, Jodi Arias is showing her pictures of herself taken. I mean, it's still denying it. I don't know how you don't just crumble.
Okay, so back to this. Ann Taylor said, okay, so Johnny Ellington in 2006 stood accused of using his car to menace two young women, the two daughters of that couple, and then ran over their mother, Vanette Larson, while Larson's gun-wielding husband tried to stop him. The tragic case grew out of a wild road rage incident, and in the end, underscores the power of expert witnesses in the courtroom. Ellington, then 45, was a long-haul trucker. He had been in trouble before, but not like this. He was charged with driving under the influence twice, had received tickets for not wearing a seatbelt, and not having proof of insurance and speeding. His trial started August 23, 2006. The prosecutor called police officers, the medical examiner, and Vanette Larson's family. Ellington's lawyer called people who had encountered Ellington before the incident, as well as firearms expert and an accident reconstructionist. And then the prosecutor called Fred Rice. Over the objections of Ellington's attorney, Rice took the stand to rebut the testimony of the defense's accident investigator, who argued that Ellington didn't intentionally strike Vanette Larson. Rice countered that claim. I think that he was quite pivotal in the verdict, says Ann Taylor, a Kootenai County Deputy Public Defender. Fred Rice had a definite presence in the courtroom. He's a person who testified quite a bit before. The jury deliberated for a day and a half before finding Ellington guilty of aggravated assault and second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 25 years and would have to serve at least 12. Ellington is still in jail, but no longer as a convicted murderer. In a ruling released at the end of May, the Idaho Supreme Court judge threw out his conviction and ordered that Ellington be given a new trial, which is scheduled to start on Monday, August 29th. The state Supreme Court didn't rule that the case was tainted by some legal technicality, but something much simpler, evidence that Rice lied on the stand. The judges also found misconduct in the case by the Kootenai County Prosecutor's Office, which had had several convictions tossed out in recent years because of similar issues. It is extremely disturbing to this court that an officer of the law would present false testimony in any case, especially a murder case, Justin Warren Jones said in the Supreme Court decision. In this case, however, it is impossible to believe that there was any truth to the testimony of Corporal Rice. Okay, so, but then in his new trial, she was instrumental in that, but in his new trial, he was then convicted. So, I mean, it goes on, but just so you know, that's his, Ann Taylor. She looked different back then as opposed to now. Let's see. But that's who his public defender is, and they were at the house taking all kinds of video inside and outside and going to do a reconstruction of it, which I wanted to get the something here. I wanted to show something. Oh, here we go. Okay, this orbits. Okay. So let me open this up in okay, so this orbits over here. Okay, so let's see, we are, get my bearings here. Okay, is that the outside? Okay, yeah. This is the front door on the lower level. That's where you saw the police. Here's the steps. So, and then this would be, over here would be the bedroom that we saw that was not being used. Didn't have the bed in there. It wasn't a bedroom. And then the other roommate would be sleeping, probably bedroom 1A, down at the other end. Let's go out to the hallway. Shower room. Okay. Front door. And let's go up the stairs. Okay. Bathroom. Okay, so this is the hallway, right? Come up the stairs. Where's the so here's the kitchen is this way, okay. Here's the kitchen. Here's the sliding doors where he supposedly exits. Okay. And the hallway. Let's go back down. Okay, so they come up the stairs. And this is the hallway. So there's the door that's the bathroom. Bedroom 2B at the end of the hallway. And where is, now this is confusing to me. Bedroom 2B, but where's the, let me get the affidavit. Doesn't make sense here. So this says, okay. Directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I learned was Zaina's, right? As I approached the room, just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall. As I approached, I could see a body. Okay, but where was, hold on. So, where's my other thing? So this is bedroom 2A, 2B. The 2B, this is Zena's room. Was at the end of that hallway. Okay. Here. And so there's only one bedroom down there. So where is the other one? Bedroom 2.
You know, I just thought of something else. I remember earlier reports said that the other roommates had just gotten back from being out of town. And now, they say Bethany was at a party at the Fred House.
Yeah. So this is 2. So her bedroom is here. So she's looking around. Oh, wait a minute now. Hold on a second. Was he coming down from upstairs? I'm lost. Okay. The hallway is down this way, right? So is he coming and she is standing over here outside her door? Right there, and he's coming this way and then going, I see, to the kitchen. He's not coming down the stairs. He's coming around this way to the kitchen and then leaving through the sliding glass doors. There. Okay. Going out there. Okay. So she really couldn't see that much because I thought she was in the same, I don't know why I was thinking she was in the same hallway, but it wasn't. That other room is by itself, and then this is living room. There's this. Whose room is this? Living room above. This is downstairs. Stairs to the second floor. bedroom 1B, okay. Yeah, all right, so that makes sense, so that she wasn't, well, he saw her on the way out, and maybe, I don't know, maybe he was just not gonna do that, or, you know,
Could he have not seen her, but she saw him?
I don't know. I mean, gosh.
It's just so strange that he would just ignore her.
I know. It's all over now. All over every headline. Killer walked right past roommate Dylan Mortensen. Surviving Idaho roommate saw killer moments after.
Is she even allowed to come out and speak since of a gag order?
I don't think they're included in that. I don't know, but
Because it seems like,
but if they're going to be witnesses or something, they'll be told, you know.
yeah. Well, wouldn't she be one?
I would think so. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It seems like she kind of want to come out and talk now. I mean, you know, like maybe go on an interview, and just to answer certain questions that she knows that people have, just to keep them off her from speculating about her and things, you know. I was just, cringing when affidavit was like, oh my, this poor girl. I mean, what she's already going through, and I hope not, but I can only imagine it's going to get so much worse because you know how people are. It's so unfair.
What's going on over here?
I can imagine how she's even, you know, getting through already.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, these were her best friends. She loved them, and just, oh my God.
and it's so weird, all the different connections, but that he was really, it didn't, you know, it connected somehow to them. He was stalking them, and when that information started coming out, that was just a few days ago that source was leaking that stuff. So stuff was getting leaked.
Yeah, and I was thinking about how they said like he was first like in the area, like around the house in June. I mean, were they even there in June in the house?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's when they got him, but it was August. He was stopped.
I thought they said that they was
He
first,
got the
like,
phone in June, but I thought it was August was the first time that he was. I thought so.
I guess I could have heard that
Yeah,
wrong.
I can go back and look at that in a second. I just want to see if I can find out anything that. Okay. Let's see I just want to see what's going on here. Okay, so this is someone else's thoughts from a group on this. Hearing what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog, no cause for alarm. Hearing who she thinks is Kaylee saying there's someone here. Given the history of friends coming and going in the house, as well as late night door dashes, no cause for alarm. Hearing what she thought was crying coming from Zaina's room, could have assumed that Ethan and Zaina were arguing, or that Zaina was upset about any number of things a young college student could be upset about, not cause for alarm in a house full of young women. and given the potential for drama amongst young adults in college setting. Hearing what she thought was a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Again, given the context of college drama and the number of people who come to the house on weekends, Dylan's first response could have been to assume that there was some kind of drama but not murder, not necessarily a cause for alarm. Seeing a masked person coming towards her, walk past her, and out the back sliding door, here's where it gets more confusing. And my theory, what if she had her door barely open a crack? That might explain why the suspect walked right by her. If her door was wide open and she was in plain view, it's possible he left her alive because at that point he had already unalived his intended targets. Also possible he could have assumed police were called and on the way at this point, and his getaway was more important than risking more time with another victim. Dylan's mindset after seeing this masked man, if the theory that she just thought there was some sort of drama happening among friends, she may have felt fear but not necessarily thinking murder. We've seen some photos of these friends and even Dylan herself wearing masks. We've seen substance among the friends and roommates. Given what we know, substance abuse. Given what we know now, it's easy to say we would have called 911 because we just witnessed a murder, but she may have thought, I'm staying out of this drama. Add to that the possibility that her logical mind was inhibited by substances. It may seem ridiculous to us now, but placing ourselves in her shoes and in the context of life on the King Street helps make her actions more understandable. Someone said there was still enough shock for her to lock her door and wait that length of time before calling 911. Spot on, somebody said. And somebody said, check 3 times. We all love drama. This group proves that. Why didn't she check to see if she could comfort her friend? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so, it's going to be not good for her, I can tell you.
Yeah, I tend to agree with some of those ideas, though. Like, I was thinking some of the same things about how she could have been dismissing certain things in her mind as they occurred. Oh, this is probably just that. Oh, this is probably just that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because, well, there were a lot of people in the house. I mean, and even when she saw him, she didn't know him, but he wasn't wearing like a ski mask. He was wearing like a COVID mask, sounds like, right?
Well, no, she said his eyes and nose, what didn't she say? His nose and mouth were covered.
Right.
And he had bushy eyebrows.
Right, so it seems like you could see his eyes, his eyebrows, his forehead,
I don't know. Yeah, I know.
I mean, this just sounded like to me it was like a face mask. Didn't that, I don't know, but it sounds like that. I'm just thinking, like, what would she have seen that she would have been like, oh, I'm scared, I don't know this person, this is kind of freaky, but then being able to, like, tell herself some sort of story in her head where this wasn't a murderer in the house,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if she obviously didn't think to herself, this is a murderer in my house, or somebody who's been harming people in my house because, she locked her door and then she didn't call anyone. So she had to have told herself something. That's just, nothing else makes sense, Or she could have just, been scared and sat down in bed and just passed out, I don't know. It just doesn't, nothing really makes sense that she didn't call unless she was telling herself, no. This couldn't have been what I'm thinking it might have been, or, this wasn't a scary master intruder. She had to tell herself something, and we won't know until we hear the interview what it was. But I can only imagine that when she woke up in the morning and she found what she found, I can't imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a photo here of him doing push-ups in a law enforcement class in high school, the yearbook photo. Mm-hmm. And so he already had an interest, like a really long interest in law enforcement and criminal justice and all of that early on. Just continuous.
Yeah, a teacher of his had come out and said that he was like obsessed with law enforcement and would like watch movies about law enforcement and police, and would come into class and ask her if she'd seen it and want to talk about it all the time. And yes, he was in like that law enforcement class, and I was telling you about how it made me kept making me think of like Ed Kemper and I can't think of his name right now. One of those prolific serial killers of all time, and I can't think of his name. With their interest in law enforcement, and how he wanted to, get on the force there.
Right, yeah, definitely. Yeah, but somebody said something, you gotta listen to this thing. Something's not right. This guy was a terrible killer in that he drove his car to and from the scene. He left the sheath of the murder weapon at the scene. He didn't kill the only eyewitness. He drove the Elantra around Moscow and even sent out more red flags by trying to switch plates through the DMV. Why would this guy do this and leave so much evidence considering he spent a lot of time studying? Something's not right with this case. It just sounds crazy. It does sound crazy. I mean, it's just...
It does, but maybe he's, just an academic, but a dingbat. When it comes to real world application of, things. Because he did do these things, he did all those things. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that he's the perpetrator. So... unless he has evil twin we don't know about, it's gotta be him. With that DNA, for sure.
I find it interesting that he drove past the place 3 times.
Too, like, was he thinking, like, maybe, maybe I won't, or was he just like hyping himself up, You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. Remember when I told you that the sister has an acting website and stuff? And I didn't look back at this movie to see if it really is, but somebody says that the sister has a single movie credit 2 days back, which was filmed in 2011, and the premise was a group of students who were viciously stabbed to death with knives and other weapons.
Yes, I saw
But is that true? Is that what that movie... I know it's true that she's an actress and starred in some, like, small movies, nothing big, but let me just see, 2 days...
I don't know.
I'm going to check that out.
But the premise was not just that, but it was a small group of students that were out in the forest, in the wilderness or something, and they were attacked and stabbed to death, yes. Well, thank goodness they weren't in a sorority house.
Let's see. It says Amanda Kohberger appeared as Lori in the 2011 flick 2 days back about a group of young students who go hiking in the remote woods and meet their grisly ends at the hands of a maniacal killer who has won their trust. It bears eerie similarities to the knife attacks in remote Moscow, Idaho, that left 4 young college friends stabbed to death in their beds, crimes of which Bryan now stands accused. You're effing kidding me. Her brother is that guy, said 2 days back director Kevin Boone, who was reached by the New York Post yesterday. Boone is a professor of English and Media Studies at Penn State, Mont Alto, explained that he made the film with students and cast aspiring actress Amanda Kohberger after an open audition. Let's see. I remember her well. I directed the movie, wrote the movie. I cast her, he said. She's a lovely woman who was very nice. I liked her a lot. The film follows a group of environmentally conscious students who go into the woods on a 6-day mission to catch forestry students suspected of illegal foresting, according to the film's promotional materials. Things quickly go wrong as students go missing and are found slashed by knives and left to bleed out, hacked with a hatchet, caught in a bear trap, and at least one character is killed, then bound to a tree. Multiple students end up getting murdered by a twisted peer with previously unknown connection to the woods, but not Amanda's Lori. As things start to get weird, she flees and is seen safely back on campus at the end of the film. Lori turns her back on the other people and takes off, but she's not one of the murdered, says Boone. Meanwhile, Bryan faces very serious charges. Amanda, who now works as a licensed school counselor in Pennsylvania, was in court on Tuesday to support her brother before he was extradited to Idaho. She was joined by her sister Melissa and her parents Michael and Mary Ann. The family released a statement on Sunday that they stand by Bryan in order to promote his presumption of innocence. One of Amanda Kohberger's co-stars, Catherine Howard, said that the two were friends when they made the film, but they didn't stay in touch. I don't know much about her family. She was a sweet girl. We got along great. Boone remembered Amanda as easy to work with and said she did a great job acting. I know she had tried to get into movies. On low-budget movies, there's a bunch of scummy kind of guys, but she was smart enough not to go for that kind of stuff. There was nothing weird about her, Boone said. I can't believe that's her brother. Amanda's page doesn't list any other acting credits. 2 days back can be viewed online.
What a terrible coincidence. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I wondered if, what do you think the parents were made aware of what the affidavit contained? Could it have been before this hearing today?
I don't know. I doubt it.
I was just wondering because, you know, I saw a reporter saying that at the hearing in Pennsylvania that his mother was just sobbing and inconsolable, and that one of the doctors was comforting her a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just probably the whole thing was.
Yeah, I was wondering if she was like starting to have doubts, you know, because that would, you know, make one cry a lot more than seeing your son in handcuffs.
Yeah. No, I know. I look at this over here, and it really does look like he's got some kind of a, I don't know, something here. His hands look. This is probably just from the handcuffs going up and down his arms. But something here looks a little weird. I don't know.
This may be an unpopular opinion, but I really hope people aren't hateful to the parents because they, you know, made initial statement of support for their son, you know, so they wanted to be really processed out and everything. Because, I mean, I think most people would want to believe their child was innocent until they were shown evidence.
Right.
To the contrary, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make them bad people, it just makes them normal parents. You think, you know, you hope their child's innocent, hope that they would never be capable of such horror and harm. I would think that now it's probably a very different story now that they have been made aware of what the affidavit contains.
Sorry. This ad popped up here. So they say that he whispered, "I love you" to his family as he agreed to be extradited from Pennsylvania to Idaho, handcuffed and wearing a red prison jumpsuit. Let's see, he answered a series of yes or no questions. Mr. Kohberger, do you suffer from any mental health diagnosis or take prescribed medication? This is in Pennsylvania. Do you wish to waive your rights? Yes. Okay. And then it said, short meeting lasted 10 minutes and paved the way, but they say he scanned the courtroom when walking in. As people in the gallery fell silent, his mother and dad had already been brought in. A few seconds after he sat down, Kohberger turned back around to his family and gave his dad, Michael, a wry smile and nod. His dad then hugged the two daughters, Melissa and Amanda, and he reached out to his right to give his wife, Marianne, a reassuring touch on the shoulder after she had buried her head in Melissa's shoulder. Right before the judge banged her gavel at 3:30 p.m., Melissa sobbed silently and was given a box of tissues by a sheriff. 10 minutes later, Kohberger turned and faced his family and quietly said, "I love you," as he was led out of the courtroom. His father gave him a little wave before the family was escorted out the back of the courtroom, while the rest of the gallery stayed seated. And then he
One
was,
wonders
What?
what he's been telling them. One wonders what he's been telling them since his arrest, you know?
yeah, if anything, because he knows all the jail calls are recorded and everything, so.
I'm for sure he's probably been professing his innocence to them.
Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting. Let's see. It's so crazy. This affidavit is so crazy.
And do you notice how tiny that courtroom was today in those pictures? I'm
Yeah.
just thinking, oh my gosh, the victim's parents like were just feet from him, it seems like. And but how could you stand it?
But his family didn't go to Idaho, right? They weren't there.
No, I don't think so. I kept looking to see any reports of them being in the courtroom. I didn't see any.
Let's see.
I don't know how those dads contained themselves, leaping out of the chair, cashing in within an inch of his life.
Let's see.
That had to be hard.
See if there's anything.
It's so hard to think about when you read the update. It's so hard to think about. I mean, it makes me that upset that God, I mean, you don't even want to think for one moment what their parents are going through.
Let's see something.
Such bright, beautiful young lives. I wonder if you hate them just for that, you know?
I don't know. It's so crazy. And you wonder how long this is going to go on. And, you know, so many of these new people think it's going to be like in trial next week. Yeah. Look how long you wait for some of these cases. Look at that. Letitia Stalk hasn't even been tried. It could last for years and years. Jodi Arias, it occurred in, 2008, and she didn't, just 5 years before you went to trial? It's a long, long time. Unless you do something like that guy in Florida that, wanted the speedy trial, and look, that's just, I don't know.
Do you think he would want to push for a speedy trial?
I don't know. I don't even know at this point. Maybe, it's just, it's so crazy. Everything is just so crazy.
It's hard to think about what he's thinking because, so many things he's done don't make sense.
No, and to be like, he seemed like he was confident. This will take years unless he does plead guilty, but Buddy Bob said. Right. Hi, Annie B. Hi, Wilton.
I don't think there's any chance of him, changing his mind and pleading, but I hope I'm...
No, unless they tell him, we're going for the death penalty and you're going to fry, unless you just, you know what I'm saying? Unless he's that scared that, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess there's always that possibility. He just seemed awfully cocky, didn't he? With that little smile on his face.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, no, she was on the second floor, Wilton. That's what, because I said that floor in the noise complaint, that was September, there was not anything hung in the closet. It was not set up as a bedroom, so you would have to assume, unless she was sleeping with Bethany, that, you know, she was in another room and that came to the second floor, which is where she would be. And it's confirmed now for the affidavit.
Yeah, I saw someone, saying that that's where they believe she was early on, but it was so hard for me to wrap my mind around that. How could she be there so close,
Right. Let's see.
But she was.
Validating, Kalina, yes.
It was shocking to me today.
Even weight. Don't even want a...
And then realizing how quiet this actually was, there were some noises, but not what you would have expected, But then I thought, well, he probably planned this for a long time. He probably had, unfortunately, the attack really planned out, and, to not have a lot of, screaming or yelling and drawing attention to himself so people could intervene or come and catch him in the act or whatever,
Hi, Tasha.
And did we see when they said his first what they believe his first surveillance was of the house?
Well, yeah, I think it was August where they
August.
said that they found him there, and then he had a traffic stop too, which
Oh yeah.
interesting to see that.
So they would have been there just pretty new for the semester and.
Yeah, well, I guess he moved out there and, I don't know if he ran into them or could something, I keep thinking he made this trip across the country. Did he meet them online or something? Did he, is there, I don't know.
Yeah, or see them online when he was scoping out schools out there.
It's so confusing. He stayed in Pennsylvania forever, his whole life, and all the schools, and and then suddenly just makes this trip out there, which I really want to find out if that was the father in that DIY forum really posting that my son's going out there, he doesn't know a soul out there, I'm going to be crying and all this stuff. So
I thought I sent you an email about that, but last week or something. Maybe I didn't. I saw it in some place. That blurb, and it was from a Reddit post, and it was attributed to his mom.
Oh, I saw it from his dad. I thought it was his dad. Was it his mom?
It wasn't a DIY, but it was like a, home.
Was it his mom? I thought
Yeah.
it was his dad.
No, it was attributed to his mom, and it was in a Reddit post, and I can show you later where I saw
Okay,
that.
all right, yeah. Steven, that's crazy.
But they could have been attributed wrongly, but they were attributed to his mother posting and his Reddit post, and it was I'm trying to remember what kind of DIY form it was. It's some sort of a home decorating or something like that.
Yeah, I know, because I saw it and then I could never find it again. I thought somebody removed it. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Looked and looked and looked for it.
but it might not be there anymore, but it was captured by someone. I can show you. I unexpectedly got across it. I'm like, oh, that's what someone's talking about.
Okay. See if anything is there. Just so crazy. I don't know, that it's just going to take a lot to process, and there's so much I want to do with that affidavit, which... So the big key points in the affidavit are it's the DNA from the snap on the knife sheath, which was left on the right side of Madison's body. And then there was DNA collected from the garbage at the family home in Pennsylvania. They connected the car early on, but they didn't tell us of the that they changed the years, right? That was another thing they didn't tell us because they don't think they wanted him to be aware of that.
Right, I think that's why too. Mhm.
And they've just seemed to zero in on him, and then evidence grew stronger and stronger. And there's no evidence that they told the Indiana police to pull them over, which I don't believe that's correct. I think they just knew that they did because that's how they tracked them in Lomo. And,
Right,
yeah, but
and
I
I've
don't
seen
think they-
multiple sources and multiple times the police denying that they had that information at the time.
Yeah, and also I think they would have done a better job to get some more better camera footage of them. But yeah,
I was so surprised last night when there was that Fox News story. I'm like, what? But they just said yesterday that they didn't. They didn't know.
yeah, I know. Fox News has some things up there that are not true. But let's see. What else do we have here? So, if anybody wanted to call in, if anyone, I was just checking to see if anybody was trying. Okay.
Why don't some of you come up and tell us what you're thinking about all this?
Let me go back to the chat.
I'm sure love to hear it.
Hi, Alicia. You were thinking maybe Dylan thought at first. Let me make this font a little bigger because it's a little crazy to read.
Hi, Alicia.
Okay, so Alicia says, I was thinking that maybe Dylan thought at first sight that this guy dressed in black may have been an acquaintance of one of her roommates and didn't feel threatened seeing him at first sight. Paladin said there is social media on Bryan K out there, but haha, used over a dozen fake names. Yeah, but all the ones that have his name and the ones that are saying, oh, look, he followed him on Spotify, those are all fake. Those were all created after, and they're all fake. Kalani says, Rosalita Marie, there are lots of people who decide to stay off social media, and can you blame them? Why get caught up in that? Seems to make people glued to their phones. Annie B says, seems like he wasn't a nice guy and didn't have many friends, if any, bit of a loner, so no surprise he didn't have a significant other. Maybe he chose Washington, Robbity Bob says, as he wanted to do his PhD with that center with the professor. Are you talking about the BTK? That was in Pennsylvania, the one that studied BTK? She was in Pennsylvania. Rosalita said, I am guessing I'm only that he's asexual and nobody has stepped up. But he was 28, and I know, like, you probably think, oh, he should have had lots of relationships, but a lot of them don't at that age now, especially those that are pursuing seriously, like, their school, career, and stuff. They may have, like, just little things, but not. I don't think it's that crazy that he didn't have like a serious relationship.
Yeah, my son didn't have a lot of relationships
Yeah.
In his 20s because he's kind of more of a serious romantic type, and he wasn't into the casual dating thing.
Yeah, I don't think
No.
that's that unusual. I don't. I know a lot of people that don't, so I don't
now that he's feel like he's getting more established in life and he's really looking for a partner, he's dating a little more. But that's because he's, really looking for a long-term partner, a wife,
Right. Let's see. Can we summarize the new stuff today? Yeah, Wilton, it's the affidavit came out. Okay, he appeared before the judge. Nothing really in that except he was denied bail, and his next time in court is a week from now. So the big thing that came out is the affidavit, which I read twice on here. So you could rewind back and you should really listen to that because it's got a lot of information. But to summarize it, Dylan's bedroom's on the second floor, not the first floor. And she heard some certain things that she thought she heard her Kaylee playing with her dog. We know that Zaina got a 4 a.m. DoorDash food delivery. And then Zaina's phone said she was on TikTok after 4 a.m. Now, then she heard some crying from Zaina's room. This is Dylan. And then she heard someone say, "Don't worry, I'm trying to help you. I'm going to help you," or something to that effect. She opened her door 3 times to look out. And then on the 3rd time, she saw a man dressed all in black. She said about 5'10", walking towards her, went past her and out through the sliding doors on the 2nd level. And let's see. And then a knife sheath was found next to Madison on her right side, which DNA from the snap is what connects Bryan to this. And let's see what else. The Elantra was tracked throughout just right away. And then the road he took back to Pullman, Washington, they connected like all those dots almost immediately. So yeah, you should take a listen to the affidavit because I think you'll learn a lot and just how much they had a suspect.
I've been wondering, like, how much of a stroke of luck was it that there was that DNA on the snap? I mean, was he wearing gloves? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, and what if that DNA, like, really, had he taken the knife sheath, would there be nothing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's, yeah,
Except
wow.
for the car, except for the car, but, it had that
The
DNA.
car, but then they could always
Really
say, well,
important.
that's circumstantial. He could have been driving
Yeah.
around, right? They would,
Exactly.
it's just so weird, yeah.
So that little bit of DNA on the snap, I mean, wow.
Yeah,
And isn't it crazy that the DNA was only on the snap?
I know, right? You would think like that's, oh my gosh.
Because they can get sweat, DNA from sweat or even like finger oils on
But
something.
I guess, they could say somebody stole his knife, right? But then they've got all this with him. So, but you've heard crazier things as defenses, right? So, somebody stole it, or he was at a party there before and he lost it, or somebody took, I don't know. It's just crazy.
Yes, I guess it's going to be a while, but it'll be interesting to see how he tries to explain that.
You're welcome, Elizabeth. Yeah, it's just crazy. I wonder what his attorney is thinking, how she's going to spin this. And I wonder what he's telling her. I'd love to hear what he's telling her about this.
Me too.
It wasn't me.
Well, in that picture, he seemed to be smiling at her,
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, you're already Mr. Friendly with the honey, huh?
He seemed to be like very at ease, like, okay. So that's and then in a really weird way, like, I don't know. I feel like he did, like, this is his plan. He wants to see the justice system from the inside. I don't know.
it's
Like, he
possible.
studied it every way, right, on the outside. And it's like he was so interested in going to those, that ex-con group and asking, you know, how did you get caught? What happened? What's like, how much did he want to really, really know that? And know the psychology behind that, and the psychopaths really don't have all those emotions that he is so. It's almost like he wanted to mirror them because he didn't know. Like, tell me how I should feel,
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
because you don't. It's just so weird. Oh my gosh, so much of it is so creepy.
It really is. It's
Creepy.
I keep wanting to use words like, it's crazy, like what he's,
Yeah.
done, what he's thinking. It's like he couldn't put anything past him because, his interest was so odd, and like you were saying, it seems like he almost could have planned to be, like, maybe he'd be happy not to be arrested, but, just as content to be arrested.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Kalani says, Rosalita, if you come forward as a recent close acquaintance, you'll be accused of being in cahoots with him right away, and will probably have to shut yourself in from the public and press. I don't know. Elizabeth says, I don't find the knife sheath as compelling evidence. What about the car and everything, Elizabeth, and all the data from the cell phones placing him places? And the times that he shut his phone off in correlation to the murders, and then afterwards. What about that?
And what about him driving back and forth past the house 3 times right before the murders?
Right.
And then
Yeah.
driving away from the house after the murders.
And then making that 3-point turn and then going back up.
That's pretty compelling to me. Why
I
else
can't
would it
believe
be?
they didn't say that they have any camera footage of him actually getting out of the car except at Albertsons.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that weird? And none of the cameras picked him up walking in or out of that house.
Would it be like, do most of these security cameras have like night vision? It's super dark over there. I remember seeing that.
And
with
what
Zoom.
would have been, in November, what would have been, yeah.
So I wonder, like, if maybe they just couldn't have picked, a figure out really in the dark and black. And I know some cameras do have night vision, but I know not all of them do.
Sherry said, I believe he wanted to feel the sick murder scene. See, and that's what I'm kind of getting a little bit too. Like, he studied
yeah.
it so much and was so ingrained in it that he and if he really was like so interested in that, what does it feel like? What does it feel like? That it could just be like, yeah, he had to feel what it felt like, and maybe he kind of got like off on it, like you're asking all these people and then reading their stories, but then that wasn't enough, right? Maybe he wasn't getting enough feedback from that, so screw it, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna figure out what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that when I kept saying to myself, why them? Like, I mean, it could have just been, they were just unlucky, ones that he just happened to pick out. Really didn't have any specific beef against any of them, But
I don't know, I
he
think he
chose
might
them.
have targeted them, but it's just like, yes, he targeted them, but the whole thing was like, who am I going to target? Okay, let me get these people here, and but this that he wanted to, I don't know, just get there. You were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, me too, Roberty Bob. I was like, I'm like, okay, because he just seemed so confident in the parent, and I'm just like, okay, well, maybe, like, did he do this? I said it yesterday, and then now reading this affidavit, I'm very convinced, that there's just too much connecting him to this. Yeah, well, the evidence combined is very complete. Yeah, I believe so, Annie. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm pretty surprised that.
Kalani says the sheath and GPS is compelling evidence, but I don't see it as enough to convict. I'm sure that MPD has more since they charged him. Yeah, because you have to figure out they have his apartment and they have the office with 4 murders and didn't leave 1 or 2 out of safety. Exactly. Plus, we don't know what kind of computers, laptops they've seized and what might be on those search engines, etc. There's a lot we haven't seen in way of evidence. This was just to get him arrested. They don't put everything in there. And plus, we know there were searches conducted afterwards. Now they have the Elantra. They have his apartment, his office, maybe other people coming forward. There's a lot of other things.
Yeah.
So that they didn't have to put in this affidavit.
He's going to try pretty hard, though, to try to prove he's innocent, because, you know, he doesn't have to prove he's innocent, really. He just has to, the defense has to just prove reasonable doubt.
So Tasha says maybe Ethan was injured on the front side of his body, and maybe he was front side down. Yeah, I think maybe he had, it could be one mortal wound or something that wasn't that evident in when they came by and the others were murdered. And it could be that, you know, the other 3 were women. He might have had a special thing with women, and maybe Ethan got murdered because maybe Ethan was trying to stop him.
Yeah, I thought that, and
You
I
know
thought
what I
that
mean?
maybe the you know, that they had to determine this cause of death. The coroner was because maybe, you know, when they first saw him, there might have been more than one potential cause of death. That, you know, like a blow to the head.
Yeah, but it would make sense. Let's say Zaina was one of his targets, okay? And when he
Yeah.
entered that room, Ethan went for him.
Right.
And then he maybe, you know, maybe he was surprised that Ethan was there. Let's say if he was, but now this guy's trying to stop him from getting to his target.
Oh, yeah.
That would be what, and maybe he just didn't, you know, overkill him, like just took him down, and then
Right.
he, you know, he said, "Okay, I'm gonna help. It's okay, I'm gonna help you." If he did indeed say that, you know, don't worry, I'm gonna help you or something, because maybe he's crying, like that's when she heard the crying, so it would make it sound like he got Ethan before her. And I don't know.
But he's, you know, you think like, what, you know, wouldn't she have screamed though? You know, I mean,
But I think maybe she was in a panic,
Too
and
afraid.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah, too afraid. I mean, I've been very, very afraid in my life a
So
couple
he
of times.
decided
And
to
just,
be his own. I'm
Oh.
thinking that, Annie, to be his own case study. Maybe that he didn't get enough from the survey. He decided to do his own case study. Like really, it sounded like he was like living that entire thing for so long, which is. Someone may find his clothes where he's hidden them. Could be. Crazy. This whole thing is so crazy.
I shouldn't think what kind of police officer he would have been if he, you know, gone into the force.
I don't know. I mean,
I think he would have been one of those people that wants to be in a position of authority so that they can use it.
yeah. Sadly, maybe she was still alive. I don't know. So let me just do another poll before, because last night we took a poll, and there was like 16% based on what they knew thought he was innocent, and you know, I know he's presumed innocent, but I'm just saying now, like, and they have these on the other court channels, so it's okay to take just a poll, knowing what you know now, and let's just say you had to, just by what you know now, say guilty or innocent. That's all we're talking about, okay? And see how it compares to last night. So let me see.
You too, Sherry.
Hope the survivors get the help they need to move forward from this. Yeah, it's lifelong. You know, we don't know much about Bethany and or any of the other kids that were called and came over, because didn't Ethan's brother even go over there? That had to be horrific. And the brother and the sister are the one that notified Ethan's parents. And someone asked, did Ethan's parents ever come forward and give an interview? They did. They gave an interview with someone local. They were at their summer house, and the mother and the father both gave an interview. If you haven't seen it. Okay, so 94% are saying guilty. And I just have to go let my little go get my puppies for a minute, so I'll leave you. I don't know if Jeff's still here, but I'll leave you apart for here to respond to the chat for a second. I just have to.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're still there, Jeff. Okay.
I haven't fallen asleep or anything.
Okay. Well, you're
This
allowed
is-
to talk.
It's hard to sleep on a subject like this.
Right. Yeah.
I was just cleaning up this Google Earth project, but I think I've just about got it where you can just click next, and follow the path in order, the time, with timestamps.
Okay. Hang on one second. I just have to. Sorry, sassy baby. Oops. Are you convinced of his guilt, Jeff? With this, I mean, do you feel like this is enough? I know they'll have more, but what do you feel about what they have already?
I mean, how do you explain a bunch of this away?
Yeah.
I mean, your car's there, your car exits quickly, comes in at one speed, exits at a much higher speed. Shortly after that, your phone's off for a period of time, comes back on in a week. It's just. I mean, it's amazing as I put this Google Earth together. I'm thinking, oh, it's easy for me because I've got all the entries and I'm putting the markers. But I mean, they had a blank slate that they had to pull all this together. It's just amazing. Unless he says something like, I had this weird friend that I was just driving him around.
Yeah.
I was the driver in the car. I didn't know what my friend was up to. It was strange,
Or like some scavenger hunt or something. They kept making me.
Yeah.
I had to do
He
all
said,
these
and-
things. They
And we
said
got to this spot, and he
drive.
said, "Turn off my phone." And why? Okay.
Yeah. Go down. Make a 3-point turn. Right.
Yeah.
Turn around. It'll be interesting to see what the defense will be, how they will explain this away, or try to. Yeah. tell me what you're gonna do. Here, baby. Here. Here. You wanna go out? You wanna let her? I'll let her. Here. Here. Wanna go here? Here it is. Here it is. What are you doing? Going around that way? Okay. Sorry. Everybody's getting. Oh, yeah. Run around one time. All right. So, I don't know, as I think about this more, I want to see how all these things correlate to when they announced the different things, and when that car was found in Oregon, and everybody was going crazy. Like, they probably just were like screaming inside, like, we've already got our guy. You know, but somebody said, look how close. They said he was coming towards her. No, I don't think that's what, no, that's not what I heard, Kevin. Let me see, let me pull up the affidavit and we'll go to that part. That's not it. Where's the affidavit? Affidavit.
Carolyn, are you interested in me sharing screen and
Yeah,
stepping
go
through
ahead.
the timeline of all these markers?
Sure, go ahead,
I
yeah.
find them kind of interesting. I think, as you go through them, maybe,
Are you
helps
able to
paint a
share the
picture.
screen? Is it allowing you to share the screen?
I think so. Let me
Okay,
see.
good, yeah.
Just gotta make sure I don't put my camera on. I'm not wearing a shirt.
No, if you share the screen, it won't be your camera. It'll only be your screen.
Okay.
So
Wait,
you
it
don't have
says
to-
host disabled participants.
Oh, let me hear. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I have to always keep resetting that. Let me see. Participants, security. Let me see. Share screen. Now check it out. Can you do it now?
Let me see here. Just making sure I don't have anything on my screen that doxes me. Let's see.
Yeah, Kevin, read it again. I believe that's not what it said. I think it was after he passed her or something. That she was frozen. Remember it said she was frozen, Kevin? As he walked past her and she noticed bushy eyebrows.
All right, so this is all this list is in chronological order.
Yeah, let me move
Everything
around.
taken from the affidavit, plus a couple. Well, yeah, no, it's also from the affidavit, like the grub truck can over there. But this is like the earliest. So August 21st is a traffic stop. Oh, probably don't want to show my desktop. Or it doesn't show my desktop, does it? It just only shows
No,
the,
just the map.
Okay, good. All right, so that's Deputy Corporal Duke, traffic stop there. 1014 is the next entry here. So somewhere on campus, he got stopped, and they pointed out he had Pennsylvania plates at that point.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah.
14. I just put 1022, so then the fall, he applied for an internship at the police department.
Okay.
And this is where, so Ethan and Xana were from 9 p.m. to 1:45. They were seen, at Sigma Chi House. Next one, 10 p.m. This is Corner Club camera caught Kaylee and Maddie at 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Corner Club. And the grub truck is there. 1:30 a.m. All right, now this next one I think is Bryan. It's his phone utilized cellular from his home. 242, 247. So it says he leaves apartment. This is just a note, 247 to 448, Brian's phone is off. Let's see, what's that? And where was it? I guess it's coming up where he went by the house 3 times at 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, well, no, was it
Around-
3? No, wasn't it earlier? Was it 3:30? Let me see. What did I say? I wrote this down. What was it 3:30 a.m.?
Elantra,
I think it was
that's when he,
be on the lookout.
he'd ask some things out of order.
2:44. Let me see. Okay, he left at 2:44 a.m. and then 2:53 a.m. I think then he was going by. Was he going by the house then? Let me see.
This one here, I thought I put the Elantra passes by house 3 times, 3:30 a.m. That time might be wrong.
3:20. Maybe it knows. I have 3:29 here. 60 minutes. I'm trying to think here. I wrote all these notes, so I thought I was gonna. Now I'm looking at the 3:26 a.m. November 13th, and maybe. Oh yeah, hold on. Yes, 3:29
Okay, wait,
to
this is
4:20. There's multiple videos with the suspect's car. It says here. I have that in it. 3 times he goes around 11:22. At 3, was that the 3:26 a.m.? So yeah, you're probably right on that one. Let me pull up this affidavit while we're here on this.
should have tested this out before I went live like this with it, but
Let's see.
so it says 326, the Elantra is spotted 700 block Indian Hills. which-
Yeah, that was on its
this-
way there, right? Yeah, 'cause
This turn right here, this is like 701, 700, so it's, I'm thinking somewhere like around there.
okay.
And then 328, Elantra spotted at Steiner Avenue. And if you look, where is it? The mobile gas station is not far from this. I thought I marked that. Oh, it's coming up, it's coming up. Okay, Elantra passes,
Yeah, at approximately 3:26 a.m. Let's see. So the Indian Hills, right, 700 block, and then at approximately 3:28, he's on Steiner Avenue, like you said, Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow.
but this marker's wrong. that I
And
got
then
here,
he
so-
started showing multiple sightings. Let's see, is this when he was going around 3
North
times?
and-
At
go.
3:29 and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show that he makes an initial 3 passes by 11:22, so it's starting at 3:29, and then he leaves via Walenta Drive. Do you have that on there?
Now here's here's like so here's 700 block of, what was that road? Then he goes to Steiner. Here's the
Indian
the
Hills
mobile
Drive.
gas
That
station,
was
Food Mart.
700 block of Indian Hills Drive.
You can see the Food Mart is way over here. So what I was going from memory that didn't they
Food-
estimate 345?
Yeah, it says here a review of camera footage indicated that the white sedan, suspect vehicle 1, was observed westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and then westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow, 3:28 a.m. On this video,
Well,
it
that's
appeared
here.
it was not having a front license plate. Then it says starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20, there are multiple sightings obtained from the King Road neighborhood. These sightings show the suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 11:22 and then leaves via Walenta Drive. And that's saying that Walenta Drive is a residential neighborhood with a limited number of vehicles that travel in the area. So Walenta Drive.
Yeah, Walenta's back here. This
I was just interested if that was that place that went on that ride, and it was oh, hold on 1 second.
you don't see my mouse, do you? At the same time.
Yes, I can see your mouse.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can. All right, let me see here. Where's my-
So I wonder though if the if the Food Mart camera was
Yeah.
correct and caught him at 3:45, did he go by the house a couple times and just think, oh, I better have a full tank? Maybe went back to the, I don't know.
Yes. Well, maybe.
But then 404, the Elantra's seen eastbound on King Road in front of 500. So that's here. That's the big long buildings, right? Stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen. So that's here.
Yeah, 500 Queen. Yeah, that's a side street. Yeah, that's Queen.
And then 417. That's I think that ring camera that caught him.
Suspect is seen departing. Okay, so you're at force. I'm seeing 420 at a high rate of speed, and then
Yeah,
southbound onto
that's-
that Walenta Drive.
Yeah, so it comes out of here, seen by the ring camera here, seen a high rate of speed, and then goes up. this
See,
curve.
yeah, is that?
Walenta.
I think we went up that way on one of the things, and they were like nice homes up there, like single-family homes. Is that where he left from?
And then let's see, what's
Or
this?
maybe we went down.
425. Okay, then Elantra believed to exit this route over here. This is, I didn't paste the info from the affidavit. That's.
I have the affidavit open. What do you need for what?
Well, I was only estimating 425,
Okay, so it says
but it's, I forgot what this road is.
let me see here.
Conestoga
Oh,
Street
Conestoga. Yeah, let me go
and
back. to that.
Palouse River Drive is what the,
Right.
seemed to be the exit route.
Yep. And
Okay. whoop.
527. Yeah, leads back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on State Route 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra is observed on cameras traveling northbound on that Stadium Way, Nevada Street, Stadium Way, Grimes Way, Stadium Drive, at Wilson Road, Stadium Way, at Cougar Way.
Yeah, okay, so from here, I think this is where you can just kind of, it'll can click through, you can follow the path. So we're here at the Peruse Boulevard and Conestoga.
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes, Elantra's spotted at 5:25 a.m. By this 1300 Johnson Road camera. Wait, what does it say? It says 5:25. What's that?
Hi, Faithful Kitty.
What's 4:48 here? Oh, this is just
How'd
a
you
note
know?
to myself. Okay, the phone was turned back on at 4:48. Okay, yeah, phone was turned on here, roughly in this area. This is near Blaine, Idaho,
Right, yeah, near Blaine, Idaho, right.
and 95 south, and 95. I think, see, yeah, 95 is right here. Just runs from the site of the crime all the way down here. Gets to about here. The phone is turned on.
Okay, yeah.
I keep jumping out of my project.
I just realized he applied for that internship at the police department just 3 weeks before the murders. Do you think he planned on, like, trying to help investigate his own crime?
Crazy, right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Could be,
I see,
because
here
that's
we-
a lot of times there's people that take missing kids end up trying to help out at the searches.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
like, yeah. So I feel like, again, well, he did that. He tried to help out investigating his own crimes. He tried to
Yeah.
help the police.
So here we go from 1300 Johnson Road, and then he's spotted at this intersection, Bishop Boulevard. Next viewing comes down here at Stadium Way at Nevada Street. And he's over here, Grimes Way and Stadium Way, 527, Stadium Way and Wilson Road. 520, around 527 again, Stadium Way and Cougar Way.
Go Cougars.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. That was, well, no, that was actually, that was a note in the thing. Unless they meant when they said Stadium Way, because it said 527 Stadium Drive. I think this was a separate part of the, maybe they meant Stadium Way. I don't know.
Let's see what they say here.
It's around the same time though as.
Yeah, they say at
over here.
527 Lantra, northbound Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. That's what they have
Yeah,
written
so we,
down.
so we followed the path all the way to Cougar Way, but then there was a note in there about, White Elantra observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 527. That was just a rough estimate placement. I just found Stadium
Right.
Drive. What's this? Then, yeah, then it's on 11, 13, 1236. That's, you already went over this part, but the chef's store, case of Joe.
Yeah, that was the
Spotted
same
him.
day at approximately 12:58 that Elantra, let's see, is found in the Pullman parking lot, it says, and then when is he at that? October 14th. But doesn't it tell us that later that day he went by the house again, right, and around 9 something?
So yeah, oh, it's coming up here. So then Albertsons.
He
right
went
here,
there around
Cameron.
that was in the afternoon
was
of the day of the
this.
murders, right?
Yeah, this was 1246.
Yeah.
5:32 p.m. These should be further down.
Right, and then his phone was shut off from 2:47 a.m. to 4:48 a.m. on November 13th. Then it was also shut off another 2 hours and 1 minute. That was after he went to Albertsons, right?
Listen, I have here now. He went 9 a.m.
Yeah,
Did he
approximately
run home?
12:36. He utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance
Let's
footage
see
from the U.S. Chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Washington. Hold on a minute. Showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect's vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at his time consistent with the cellular data. At approximately 12:46, cellular data placed him in the area of Albertsons grocery store, 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed him exit the white Elantra. So they have him there. They have that footage too. That's great evidence. Consistent with the suspect's vehicle 1. At approximately 12:49, interior surveillance cameras showed him walk through the store, purchase unknown items at a checkout, leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. And then, let's see, additional analysis indicated 5:32 to 5:36. But wait, when did he turn his phone off? Where did it say that? Remember, he was for 2 hours?
So it said something about so 9 a.m. And what's rough is that when I copy and paste from that PDF of the affidavit, a lot of the words are messed up, and I didn't take the time to clean them up. It says 9 a.m. Bryan left home, traveled to Moscow, 9:12. Returns
Yeah.
home. I think is that what it's.
Let's see, it said the phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence approximately 9 a.m., traveling towards Moscow. Then it utilized resources that would provide coverage to King Road between 9:12 and 9:21. And then it was traveling back to the area arriving of his residence and arriving back at the residence at 9:32.
And then from 9:32, I mean, my next entry in here is until 5:30.
Well, no,
That's the one in
yeah, but
Johnson.
9:32. After that, he went to the coffee shop in Albertsons. But I'm trying to see where he turned his phone on
Oh, I see.
for 2 hours. Where did I put that? Because I have that down here in my notebook.
I have issues putting things chronological. That's what.
Let's see here.
This one.
Where did he? I put down 2 hours and 1 minute somewhere. Yeah, 2 hours and 1 minute from 2:47. Wait, but that's when is that? Hold on a minute. I think I'm confused on this now. So that's when his phone was off for the murders, right? 2:47 to 4:48. But I thought there was also another period of time where his phone was shut off after Albertsons. Maybe I'm wrong.
But he ended up way over here in Johnson, Idaho. 5:32 that day.
That's what I'm saying. I thought his phone was off for a period of time.
Yeah.
That same day. Let me see. At approximately 12:46, he's at Albertsons. And
Yes, the phone stops recording 5:36 is the note that I made here.
right,
5:32,
5:36. Okay, to 8:30 p.m. So that was 3 hour time, right? Just, under 3 hours. Phone traveled in the hours following the suspected time. Okay, so goes to Albertsons. And then he's around Johnson, Idaho. But then the phone stops reporting from approximately 4:36 to 8:30. So is that where that that river and stuff is? Is that in Johnson, Idaho? Hi,
You say the
Scooter.
river, you mean the river way south down here?
I don't that Snake. What was that? Snake River. See, Johnson. There's a reservoir. When I just hit Johnson, it said Johnson Reservoir, Idaho Fishing Planner. This 50 could he have been at that reservoir?
What's it called? Johnson Reservoir?
I just put in Johnson, Idaho, and it came up to Johnson Reservoir, Idaho Fishing Planner. Hello, Scooter. What do you think of this? Don't answer me, fine.
Oh, sorry. Oh, wow, yeah. That affidavit, that was something.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Deo Reservoir? Is that the same thing?
I'm seeing Johnson Reservoir, Idaho Fishing. It says it's in Lincoln County. I don't know if that is in Johnson, Idaho. I just put Johnson, Idaho. It came up. Maybe it's not in Johnson, Idaho. I don't know. Let me see. I'm just seeing Johnson, Idaho. I think it would be in there. Let's see. Johnson Reservoir says, where's the address?
See, turn the roads back on.
Johnson Reservoir. Interactive map. Johnson Reservoir in Lincoln County is 1.8 acres. And where is it?
It didn't give us a specific.
I don't know. The only
Address
reason
in Johnson, I don't think
I'm saying that is because in the affidavit it just said Johnson, Idaho. I put in Johnson, Idaho, and the reservoir came up. So that was just,
Yeah.
I don't know. Might not mean anything at all. So
Yeah, I was looking to see if you could figure out anything from the roads too, but we don't know exactly where.
yeah. So then it's
Johnson.
okay. So then he goes to Albertsons, but where did and he leaves at 104. Additional analysis. See, but they don't put him back at the house or anything. They just go to 532, 536. Coverage in Johnson, Idaho. And then it says the phone stops so it stops in Johnson at 536 and doesn't come on again until 8:30. And they don't say where it pings from in 8:30. Whether it's home or, back in Johnson. I don't know. But it was off for almost 3 hours. So what the heck was he doing? Sounds like he was getting rid of a lot of stuff.
And again, 5 days later, he's changing his plates.
Maybe he was cleaning his car and then getting rid of all that stuff. Maybe he was going to a car wash or something in another area.
I'm wondering if he would have thrown the knife out somewhere. What do you think? As he's driving. I don't know though.
Yeah, but what did he think about that sheath that he left behind there? Like,
That I know, right? Yeah.
knowing that, like, it seems like right now the only thing that connects him is the snap on that sheath.
I know. Hi, Bridget. But that's one thing I don't understand. Well, one of many, but the DNA thing. How do they find that though? It's some database or something, but I don't get it. If you've never been arrested, if his dad's never been arrested or his mother.
Yeah, well, it could be a genealogy site. That's
But
what
I
they
still
say.
don't get that. How does the
Well, if you did like a 23andMe or Ancestry, then your DNA would be in there. And then they would be able
Right,
to.
and
Well,
you
also they got the
don't have to
DNA
have
from the
that-
trash, right?
You don't have to have that yourself. It could be a close relative of yours, or even like,
I still don't
a
understand.
cousin.
Get it.
Well,
Let's say your daughter did one, okay, Scooter? And then you committed a crime and they ran some DNA that they found through those genealogy sites and it might link to your daughter.
they can look for a familial match based on the records they now have, based on all the people who have submitted their DNA for testing through the genealogical typing services. Do you understand?
That's not like Ancestry.com or anything, is it?
Yes, it is. Ancestry.com, 23andMe, any of those genealogical typing services, they have, a record of all, their DNA that they have typed. And now there's a whole database of all that DNA they've typed. And they can, like the Golden State Killer, that's how he was caught. Was like DNA that was a familial match, and it came back to be a male member of this family. And they just used the process of elimination to trace it to him.
Yeah, so here's what they say, but so people are asking about the garbage. On December 27th, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albertsville, PA. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. Okay, so they found the father's DNA not being excluded from the biological father. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father.
Right. But I'm still gonna, I don't know.
Peter, I can, send
No, I
you,
mean, because not every family has.
no, they just got
Yeah,
lucky.
in the
that
system, you know,
Yeah, no, they just got lucky that someone in his family, or a cousin, an uncle, an aunt, any, you know, had submitted DNA to, had sent off to get, DNA typing, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it was just a matter of.
Yeah.
As far as
Yes.
that.
Yes,
So
no
was
one's
that
gonna-
also a separate avenue of trying to find him? Sounds like they found the car, they found the home in Pennsylvania, they went through the trash. They
But
found
it
the
sounds
DNA
like
of the
there
dad.
too, the DNA of the dad, right, found in the trash. So it doesn't even sound like the genealogy website, according to the DNA found on the sheath. And then they compared those two. Not even
Right.
talking about the genealogy website at that point.
No,
Does it seem that? Because they got it from the trash and they compared it to the suspect.
right.
I mean, the method they used to get the dad's DNA and link it together, would that also fall under a term of genealogy?
Well, yes, yeah, because it's different than, I learned recently, it's different than the testing it's a different DNA test than they use for, DNA they put in CODIS and stuff like that.
It's kind of funny, finding the DNA in the trash, pinpointing that points to Bryan. I mean, it reminds me of that Alice's Restaurant song. You remember that? They found the guy's letter at the bottom of a pile of garbage on Thanksgiving. That's how they figured out
Alice's
he put the garbage.
I don't remember that. No, not Mel's
I
Diner.
don't remember that.
Oh, it's a
What's
Woody
that?
song.
No, it's a song. It's a song. It's not a real story.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, but I don't remember that song.
Alice's Restaurant? It's
wait, I know the song,
Arlo
You
Guthrie.
can get anything you want.
That's all I remember is that.
Well, there's a whole long story.
Oh, yeah, now I think okay.
And Officer Obi said, we found your name on an envelope at the bottom of a half a ton of garbage. He said, yes, Officer Obi, I put that letter there under that half a ton of garbage.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I confess, I put that letter under that half a ton.
That was about a murder?
No. It was just.
It wasn't a real murder. It's just a song. You should look it up. It's Alice's Restaurant. It's a
I
classic.
remember the song and I would sing along, but I don't
It's like a
even.
20-minute.
I didn't know the
song.
words that well.
Well, I do because my parents played it for us every Thanksgiving for years.
Really?
Yeah. It's a family tradition.
Oh,
I
wow.
It's not an easy song to play on guitar
It
either.
always plays.
I don't know how he sang it.
On the radio. It's because of Thanksgiving, because they go to see Alice for Thanksgiving. I guess that's why. Yeah.
No.
So it's on the radio every year. They play it.
So what?
I can't remember why they had so much garbage. They had amassed so much garbage for some reason.
And they just didn't
They
take it.
decided on Thanksgiving to get rid of all of it.
Yep.
Oh, December 27th is when they got his garbage, right? Right
Yeah.
after Christmas. So I've got to charge my watch right there.
Yeah,
But
27.
I can't remember if they got the garbage then or if they got the results back then.
no, the 20.
Yeah,
This is December 27th. Pennsylvania
Yeah, the
agents
28th they had the
recovered
results.
the trash
Yeah.
Oh,
from
okay.
Kohberger family residence.
They must have overnighted it and it was fast. Wow.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
they sent it to state lab, Idaho State Lab for testing.
Very fast. Very fast.
What, Carolyn?
I said it was very fast.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. They wouldn't have had to use the database because they decided to go the extra quick route and just get it right from the source.
I'm so excited. I mean, it's horrible, but I'm glad that they have him. Thank God. Hi, cute kitty.
But can you believe about Dylan?
Oh, gosh.
Did that surprise you about Dylan?
About her watching?
That she was on the second, that she was on the
Yes.
second floor and saw him walk right by her?
Yes, I read the thing myself. They had it on a newscast and you were able to download it and I read it and, oh my gosh. Can you imagine?
No.
How, did he not see her or did he just decide to walk by and let her see,
I don't know. It makes it sound like it wasn't collateral damage of any of them.
It makes me wonder if the house had at least some lighting. I always imagined that this crime took place in pitch dark. You know, maybe the killer had a headlamp. But if she was able to make out that he had bushy eyebrows and that he was wearing a mask, I mean, clearly there must have been some light in the house. It wasn't pitch dark.
Oh, I didn't think about it. I mean, that makes sense. I've always pictured it in my mind as being lit up in there, but that, you know, that doesn't really make sense, I guess.
I did too. I think I pictured it that way because of all the party body cam footage.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
just
probably.
that's your only image of the house really inside. And
But what
Wow.
about so long for the call to 911?
that I see. The only thing I can think of is there's information that we're just not told about that. You know, that's a big hole in the story.
Do you think she would have passed out from fright or hid in
What
her
if she
room,
went into a real state of shock and just was paralyzed?
Yeah.
locked her door and just hid in there shaking?
Just
or
shaking in it?
something?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
And she heard somebody say, a female voice say, someone's here or someone.
yeah, someone's here or something, yeah.
But didn't.
Or if there's somebody else involved and she witnessed somebody else too, and they don't want to say that, you know.
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
So they're leaving that just.
I don't know.
That's about, you know, it's almost a Forrest Gumpish, you know. That's all I have to say about that.
That's all
You know,
I'd
that's all
say
I'm gonna
about
tell her.
that. Yeah, I don't know.
And Xana didn't, okay, if I remember right, when I read it, she ordered food or something, or she was,
Yeah.
DoorDash.
did that come? It didn't say, did it?
That,
Well, it did because somebody said they remember seeing the bag, but not knowing that it was from that night, you know?
Okay.
Came, yeah, DoorDash at 4 o'clock.
Wow, so that was,
I mean, that DoorDash person could have actually caught him, you know what I mean? And maybe, I'm sure they
I know,
spoke,
that's what I was trying to figure out.
but I'm sure they spoke to the person and, you know.
Now, is there any chance that the door was accidentally left open after the DoorDash? And that was how he got in.
Is it, with DoorDash, do you just drop the food off? There's no exchanging of
I
payment?
don't
'Cause
know.
I
I've never had
do
DoorDash.
do it.
yes, often they do.
Yeah, it varies. I mean, sometimes they ring the bell. Sometimes they just leave it. And I know sometimes if I've got a good amount of food that they leave at the front door, I'll grab it, but then I'll just kind of close the door with my foot, you know, and take the food into the kitchen or something. So the door would be left unlocked.
So you've already prepaid and everything, just like when we order pizzas and that, we'll prepay, you know, over the phone and they'll deliver? Are you, is that,
Right.
is Jeff?
Yeah, you don't need to, I mean, they don't, the tip's already done. They don't really need to communicate with you. That's all, you know, that's the one good thing that maybe came from COVID.
Right, yeah. So do we think that they were already dead when the food arrived, or we don't know?
No, I don't think so because, no. They said somebody was on TikTok on her phone. It wasn't at 417?
Or something, yeah.
It is dropped off with no contact, Bridget said. And
Oh.
said, that bothers me about waiting to call 911, but she did have a good description. DoorDash at 4 a.m. makes the timeline a little later than earlier, though. Yeah.
Yeah, the affidavit said investigators believe homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m.
Right. So it's later than we were told, but
And so the food was dropped off at 4 a.m.?
Yeah. DoorDash was 4 a.m.
Rabbity Bob said, I had an intruder in the house and I lied as still as I could and pretended to be asleep, hoping they would think I was asleep. Waited a long time to move after they left. Wow.
Ooh.
Scary. 4:12 or 4:17 a.m.
And what time were the police called, the 911?
Not until, was it 11:58 or something, wasn't it?
Okay, yeah, that is a long time. Then, and what did they say about the other
And so I
one?
imagine when he went by at like 9 in the morning, he was probably expecting police all over there, maybe. And then they weren't even called,
Yeah.
you know, and
Maybe
Maybe
she,
he-
went in there and just like sat down and she was scared and she just like crashed out, I mean, what else been she used
Alfredo,
that
some
day?
people had spotted the Jack-in-the-Box bag for Zena had been from that night, and you could see in the window of one of the pics when investigators went there. Yeah, and somebody mentioned that recently about the Jack-in-the-Box being in Pullman or something to that effect. I saw in a group, but yeah, she really did have a DoorDash from there.
So it was from Jack in the Box?
I guess, yeah. And since the pandemic, DoorDash allows you to request people to drop the order off at the door and notify you. Luckily, they were only there to steal stuff, not to murder, but afterwards I felt foolish, as I could have scared them away if I had called out. Yeah, but you could have got yourself killed, too.
And they mentioned nothing about, what was Brittany, the other girl, or do I have her name?
Bethany.
She slept through it or nothing? Because I
They
don't remember
didn't.
seeing anything.
They didn't say much about Bethany in there. Anne says someone broke into our house when I was young and I was afraid to move. Tony said there's something funny going on with the timeline. I hope Santa does a good job. Alicia says, so Dylan made phone calls to friends. Do we know how many friends the friends? No, we don't know that. That hasn't been released.
Hey, Carolyn, I better jump off of here. I got a
All right, well, I
lesson I'm giving
appreciate the
in
map and
half
all
an
your
hour.
work, Jeff. Thank you. And they put your link to your channel many times, so hopefully you got some new subscribers
I appreciate
there.
that.
And
Thank you so much.
thanks so much.
Bye-bye, guys.
It. Bye.
Hi, Jeff.
Thank you. I love your map. So good at it.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so you never know. Poison. What, Jeanette?
And then she heard a guy say, I'm coming to help or something.
Yeah.
It's okay, I'm going to help you.
Yeah, and I'm thinking there that, okay, maybe the only one that you could say was collateral damage might have been Ethan, because maybe he didn't know Ethan was there, and I think Ethan might have went to grab him, and that's why he, like, did something. Maybe he stabbed him just real quick, and then he fell over, and then he told Zena, because when she started crying, don't worry, I'm going to help you.
So
I'm here to help
no,
you.
It had to be the killer saying that, right?
Yeah,
Because-
well, I mean, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she would've known.
Or maybe, I don't know, maybe she was crying and Ethan with his last breath said, I'm going to come over there, I'm going to help you. I don't know. It's
But she
weird.
would recognize his voice, I would think, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't wait to see her interview.
Oh, they're gonna show that?
Eventually, yeah, they'll show it. They interviewed her.
Like a court or something?
No, in the oh yeah, but you know the interviews. So yeah, they'll show it at some point. They'll let them go
Mm-hmm.
because it's hard to just see this affidavit to understand what she said. Like I'd like to clarify some things, like I always do, but. It wasn't written in the clearest way either, because like when he's describing the room, and he doesn't really specify like where Ethan was, on the bed, on the floor, but he says Zena was on the floor. Yeah, just you believe the killer said it for some strange reason. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying, and I think where everybody thought, oh, that Zena and Ethan were both just collateral damage. Well, it's not showing that because he walked right past Dylan. So if he was worried about witnesses or something, he wouldn't have walked just past Dylan and let her stay. You know, so it makes it sound like it was targeted, but was it targeted just at Zena, or did he know Ethan was there and he was targeting both of them? And why was he targeting these four people? Why did he leave a witness? You know, I don't know. So crazy.
Just reading through that, it just so frightening, even though there's not a whole lot of info you get the picture.
Yeah, well, I know, Bridget, you don't want anybody harassing Dylan, but it's already started. See, that's
Are
what
they
I.
really, Carolyn?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
ridiculous.
I wonder if the killer said that to her to help stop her suffering in a sick way.
Ugh. I worry so much about those two girls that survived. They're never gonna be the same.
Mm-mm.
It's not that I think about
And
them
was
all the
Ethan
time and
in
worry.
bed
It's
with
just,
the
you
other-
know what I mean?
What? With the other girl? What do you mean? No, he wasn't. Bitcoin.
So it was Xana probably, right, that they saw laying there on the floor and thought she was maybe passed out and called 911?
Oh,
Or am I
no.
wrong about that?
No, that's wrong because they said the investigators knew right away how she was dead. If it was anybody, they were saying that it was later determined that Ethan had sharp force injuries. But why would it have to be later determined when everybody else was apparent? And if you read the affidavit, when they get to Ethan, they say something totally different. So that's why I'm thinking like he wasn't really one of the intended targets, but because he was trying to fight him off from getting to one of his intended targets, that's how he got into it. I don't know.
Yeah, on that, you know, what's his name? JB Bueno, you know his name.
Yeah.
He had mentioned that when I was on there and getting that affidavit just to read it.
Oh, you're over there listening instead of here?
No, I mean,
I read through it twice.
you weren't on yet, but I just wanted to, you know, I had the sound off and everything. And I just got off and I read that.
You like his
And-
hair? You like him because you like his hair?
I just, you know, I wanted to just read it.
I
And,
know.
now I forget what I was gonna say. Oh, and then I got back on his site just to click out.
Yeah.
No, really.
Okay. Yeah.
And he said then about, and we don't want anyone targeting these.
Right. Of course not. I don't have my thing. I don't know where my thing is.
It's news, Bridget. I'm always in trouble. Hi, guys.
I didn't. What Bitcoin? Ethan didn't live in the house. Bitcoin. Ethan was just staying with his girlfriend Zena.
I just can't imagine him.
Hi,
letting-
Shelley.
Did he see her, do you think?
I think so. I think he saw her. I think I don't know. I think it's just I want to find out exactly what the connection was with these four people that he started stalking them or why, and maybe more people will, maybe something will come forward now and explain this, how he got into this thing of following them. Hi, Deborah Van Coverden.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything about poor Dylan. I'm just saying it's a miracle that if he did actually see her, it's a miracle he let her live.
Elena, yeah, let me see.
Jeanette, really, that's cute. Hi, Annie B. I almost said Queen B.
4 a.m.
I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, 4:12 a.m. Zaina was
Yeah.
still on the TikTok app. It said, yeah, 4:17.
Hey, Dad.
Whimper.
Okay. I mean, Jen. And he was dressed all in black, right?
That's what she said. Yeah, all in black. His nose and mouth were covered, and he had bushy eyebrows.
That's what I'm saying, Annie B. She will. If she doesn't end up even having a nervous breakdown.
She will what? I didn't see the chat. I'm looking at something.
Annie B. said Dylan will at the very least have PTSD for the rest of her life, poor girl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, and she will. I've talked about having the prowler when I was a kid, and it's terrified me my whole life. We had a prowler for a year. We lived in the country, and he always came around when my dad was working midnights or 4 to 12. It was just me and my mom and Becky and Michael. The other kids hadn't been born yet. It was horrible that year. It was absolutely terrible.
Oh, yeah.
But that was nothing like what this poor girl's went through.
Look at that. Creepy.
What, Caroline?
That smile that in court today.
I didn't see that.
You know, for somebody 28 years old, he has a lot of lines in his face.
Does he?
Yeah, like a lot more. I mean, I have a son that's 29, and
Oh, did they show him today in court?
yeah, I have the picture right up there.
Let me get on there. Let me look on here on YouTube.
He's got a lot of like, especially like these very deep furrows in his forehead.
I gotta see it. Hold on. What happened? It was just here. Okay, here we go. Let me make it full screen. Oh yeah, you're right.
See what I mean? For somebody that's 28, that's like a lot of what?
He's got like a
Oh, he's smiling.
oh
Yeah.
what the heck? That creeps the blank out of me.
And remember those very deep furrows that were over here when he got at the traffic stop? I don't know.
I didn't remember any deep burrows.
Yeah, on the traffic stop. I'll show you. Let me see.
He has dark circles, doesn't he? Or is that the lighting?
Might be
Look
the
right
lighting.
around his
Yeah,
eye.
they are, but it might be the lighting. I don't know. Looks. Let me see. But I just noticed, like, he's got like the crow's feet. He's got like a lot of lines and stuff
Yeah, you're right. You're
that
right.
you wouldn't expect in a 28-year-old.
No.
And those furs, it's not just the picture, like even in his mug shot, which is pinch over here. That especially this line right here is so freaking pronounced. Here, here he's got lots of just, you wouldn't expect it in a 28-year-old.
Oh, gosh. That just really scares the heck out of me.
Let me see if this one shows. Does it? Yeah, this one shows the furrows, I think.
Okay, yeah,
This
I'm
one.
seeing it now. Remember the delay. Are you talking about the
No, right here. Can you
forehead,
see?
Caroline?
No, yeah, that. But then when you see these here, over there.
I'm gonna jump down.
Okay, thanks for coming on, Hart.
Sure, thanks.
See you later, Heart.
Bye.
Bye.
And so let's see. And here he had the beginnings of that line here. But his eyebrows here were very big and bushy.
I see that now, because I didn't ever notice that.
Oh, I noticed those furrows right away. He really looked like stressed out of his mind, and just how would he go home? I can't imagine. Like I'd like to hear a relative. Like I'd like to know what they did for Christmas. You know, did they have people over? What was he like? Maybe if he's Jody Arias, he's cool as a cucumber. You know, can you imagine if you did that? You'd be like a wreck, right?
Oh, yeah.
Someone's going to be finding you out. Can you imagine being pulled over twice on the highway?
No.
You know, how would you react? Oh my gosh, like I said, I react like for nothing on the highway, like I killed 18 people when they pull me over.
I never noticed that.
What?
Okay.
What?
I'm just like trying to lighten the mood.
Okay.
One in the middle, is that recent at his parents or?
No, I don't think. I think that's a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody must have.
probably.
I just so pissed that like he deleted all of his stuff and then his family did, and then it's like
They deleted everything on
yeah,
there?
you can't see anything like back to maybe what they didn't. His arms here, they're very, very red, very red. But I think that they're going back and forth with that stuff.
What is that picture there? You know, I'm looking at the 3 pictures right now that you have up. What is the one where he's so horribly thin and looks like
Yeah, he looks like
something out of the?
yeah, that looks really bad. Yeah, that might have been if he did have a drug problem. That could have been during that time period.
That's what I was thinking. Oh wow, Carolyn, his wrist, or is
I
that?
know they're red, and I saw him in another picture, and I think
That's
that's
just
from
from
that.
the cops, you think?
Yeah, but then there's like something also on there, but like here his eyes look kind of weird, like he might be stoned or something. I don't know. He just looks like he's out of it in this picture.
Like he's pleased with himself or something.
Yeah, that's how he looked today. Like he was,
That picture you showed, yeah, in court, that he looked very pleased, smug.
yeah.
Now, right here, this picture, I have to say he's a nice looking man. Right there with that blue shirt. If we didn't know anything, you know, if you just thought that was say like he was just a grocery store clerk.
Right.
I would think he was nice looking, wouldn't you? I mean, not overly handsome.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the context. Sometimes when you already know like what somebody did, it's hard to
Right.
move around that.
You know, he has nice facial structure, or as my granny used to say, nice features.
But what was that? Eyes above ears, something to fear?
Yeah, what is that? I looked that up last night and
Did you?
I was tired and I couldn't read the whole thing. It was long.
Eyes above ears, something to fear.
Just do look above. Or wait,
Let's see. It says Charles Bonnet syndrome, and somebody typed. Okay, seeing
Yeah.
things that aren't there is distressing, even if the images are pleasant. Charles Bonnet syndrome refers to the visual hallucinations caused by the brain's adjustment to significant. No, but this isn't what they're saying. Hold on a minute.
and it has to be both ears, Carol, on both sides.
Hold on.
And that's when I was like, forget it. I was laying in bed trying to figure out where mine were. Lined up. And then
See, you're worrying about yourself, right? You're like,
I wanted to check it out. I wasn't like,
God.
It'll be my luck.
I don't know. And you've also heard like the proportions. If you have an extra large forehead, that they're always say like a 5-finger forehead or a 4-finger forehead. They're saying like something's up with that. You've
Yeah,
heard
what
that,
is-
right? You've
what
heard
is
that,
it?
right?
What's that?
My mother would always say that my aunt said to know if your face is perfectly proportioned that this part should be equal. And
Oh, I remember. Yes, I remember that.
it shouldn't be like way high and then little low, So
And see, I always try to make it be that way. You know?
No, but usually you can see when people have an abnormally big. But then there's a lot of women today that wear those tight ponytails and they're pulling their hair out and they're receding their hairline. Their hairline is like back here now. And they still don't stop with the darn ponytail. They still keep doing it. And it's like, are you serious? And they're seriously, it's back here. I'm going to still go with the ponytail. I kind of like it. It's like I don't understand pulling your hair that tight that you're causing receding hairline. That's kind of crazy. A lot of people on YouTube with that. I mean, really, and they still don't get. Yes, even people in true crime. And it's like you think they'd be like, get a clue. And, okay, maybe I should stop doing that. I don't know, but yeah.
Nicole, me too. My forehead is probably a good 4. I have Faithful Kitty. She says I have a 5 finger. No, I don't. Do I?
She said, you do?
She said I do, but I don't think I do.
She said you have a 5 Faithful Kitty said that?
Yeah. Wait, who said that? Faithful Kitty.
Yeah. She said you have a 5-finger forehead. Faithful
Well,
Kitty.
let me see.
I can't find the chat. I keep losing the chat.
Yeah, I just got them trying to get us back and get you up here. Hold on.
Oh, so yesterday, what was the poll yesterday? And then 10% still think this guy is innocent. So,
There's always gonna be those people though.
but I think it's less than yesterday. I think yesterday was 16% or something. Faithful Kitty. Scooter has a 5. Oh my goodness. Just kidding, Scooter, she said.
Okay, what do you think? I'll try to be honest here. Of course, I might have smaller fingers too though.
Yeah, and are you supposed to space them apart? Scooter, you got this. Go like this, Scooter. It's 2 fingers.
I've never had a big forehead, I don't think. I don't want to do it now. Now my hair's even all messed up again.
Any vehicle, then I'm good to go.
Hi, Deborah, Sherry. Everything goes with gravity. It all gets a little south.
Poor Scooter is going to be measuring her head all night. I know, she will be.
Okay, I'm trying to do the eye thing.
Oh my gosh.
They say from the outer point of your eye, okay?
Yeah? What do you do?
Okay, and it has to be both sides. This one seemed normal, and in bed last night, this one seemed different, and I thought, I'm not doing this.
So wait, say it, for the outer point of your eye, it's got to be below your ears?
Guys, what is it?
Below your ears or above? Eyes below ears is something to fear, or eyes above ears is something to fear. It's kind of like red and black will hurt.
Below. You don't want it below.
Red and yellow will hurt a fellow. Yellow and black is a friend of Jack, or something like that. And then you'll never remember the rhyme, and you'll get bit by the snake and die. Hi, Dottie.
Hi, Linda. I said hi earlier.
Does anybody remember about the ears and the eyes? Even with.
I'm normal.
Oh,
you know?
they should be in line. Okay. Your eye and your ear should be in line. Mine are. I can feel it like that. The top of your ear to there. So.
Mine are.
But did you say eyes above ears? But his eyes are below. His eyes are below. Eyes above ears or something to fear?
Hi, Daddy.
But I looked that up and I only see something linking to a YouTube channel. So,
I figure I'm 67. I've made it this far, so I think I'm normal.
eyes below ears, eyes above ears, something to fear. Eyes above ears. Eyes above ears is something to
Yeah, you want it above.
But if your eyes are above ears, then you're going to be like up here, you'll have less of a forehead, right? If your eyes were up here, that's how your eyes would be if they were above your ears. And then you would have no forehead. So that doesn't make sense because he's got a big forehead too.
A tiny little forehead. Your eyes.
That's what I'm saying. If my eyes were up further, my forehead would have like no forehead.
Wait, above equals fear.
Yeah, eyes above ear equal fear. So you don't want them above. They're supposed to start with your ears. And so the tip of my ear is here. So that's right. It's like right with the...
Okay, that's how mine is.
Okay, but so are his really above his eyes? Because I'm going to pull up his picture again.
Yeah, mine are even.
What was this? Let me see. Let's see. Oh, his eyes are. Yeah, I guess his eyes are above his ears.
Deborah.
Well, you know what? If you'd go to there, it's probably not really above his ears.
Nicole
I mean,
said hers are below.
Yeah, it is above, I guess. But if you went to the corner to the top, it might corner top.
Well, yeah.
Corner to the top.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be the top.
So let's see. It's kind of. I mean, I don't know if that's his biggest thing. I think we don't have to worry about the eyes and ears. We just worry about like what he's I'm not guilty, accused of doing, allegedly. And
you agree, huh, Robert, about him? Yeah, Spock ears, Jeanette.
What does Robert think about him?
She said, I don't find BK ugly. I agree with Scooter that he's not bad looking. Yeah, if you don't put him in the context of
right, yeah.
No, I'm not saying handsome or overly handsome, Jeanette. I'm just saying a normal, not bad looking guy. If he didn't do this, you know what I mean? If he didn't do all this craziness. You're thinking he's creepy now because of what we know about him.
This is something.
Were there any good-looking killers?
Oh yeah, well Ted Bundy. A lot of people thought was good looking, right?
That's true.
Ted Bundy.
They used to say that. That's the only one I can think of.
Let me see. I want to do something real fast and see if I can find him. People thought Chris Watts was good looking.
Yes. Julie W. agrees with me. Ted Bundy, hi Andy, be again.
Let's see.
Yeah, I know Dottie, and the way he looks now, I think very creepy. And when that horrible one.
Paul John Knowles, the Casanova killer, people thought was breathtaking. He was described as breathtakingly gorgeous. Some people thought Charles Manson was good looking. Somebody just told us recently that their sister-in-law. Oh, that's Sharon.
Yes.
Yeah. Sharon says I called her what's her name the other day. I don't remember doing that. But she goes, you said, what's her name? Oh, Sharon. But I just meant, like, what? Who said that? I just used what's her name like that. Like, who? Oh, who said that? Oh, Sharon. You should have seen Sharon last night. She changed her name to what's her name in the Zoom. And I go, who's what's her name? And she goes, you really don't know, Carolyn. I said, what are you talking about? She goes,
You did that with Dave before, and I didn't
yeah.
never liked that. Because what's his name? I'm like, what? You know, what's
No,
his name?
because I had a teacher that did that all the time with her husband. She purposely did that. She always go, oh, what's his name? And I went to a really nice steak dinner, and you should see what what's his name is getting me for my anniversary. And she always did that. She called her husband what's his name all the time. And but I always say, like, instead of, like, if I can't just think of it, like, oh gosh, what's his name says about that? Not because, like, I really can't. But I think in Sharon's case yesterday, I really couldn't remember who told me that, or whatever it was I was saying, and it said something like, "Oh, who told me that? What's her name? What's her name? Sharon." But it wasn't. But I mean, instead of what's her name, I was like, "Who told me that? Who told me that?" You know, oh, Sharon. But instead, I said, "What's her name?" When did I say that about Dave?
You said that a long time ago.
What did I say?
2 months ago.
A few months ago. Then did you really holding on to that?
I have it clipped.
What?
I have it clipped.
Oh, you have it clipped?
No, I don't. I'm kidding.
I don't even remember what I said. But what's his name? I don't know how you said it. Sharon, so funny to say. I don't remember. You said, oh, what's her name? Sharon.
Thank you, Shelley Joe. She loves my kitchen.
Stop, Sharon.
Hi, video reel. Thank you. It's so modern. It was remodeled 25 years ago.
Your eyes are on the window? Yeah, the window. You could do weird things with that, like make somebody stand out there, like Lexi with like a clown in the window. Just
It's too high up. It's, yeah.
well, maybe put it on a stick,
True, yeah.
right? And then just have it come up. Just don't act anything like it and see when somebody notices,
That would be funny.
right? Well, some people probably would be terrified. They wouldn't think it was funny. Do you have something? How come your window? It's weird.
What?
Did you just change your curtains again?
Not just. A couple months back.
No, but yesterday you had another string on the bottom.
I know, I just took the top, that one off. So
Okay.
I get the top one.
Okay, but in between the valance and the tiers,
Yes.
do you have something else on your window that looks like
Yeah.
floral?
It's it's like one of, it's not sheer, but it's.
It's something else on there? Not like an
Yeah, 'cause
additional
I don't want
thing.
the window show, I don't want everybody seeing me.
Oh, so it's not a shade. It's just another piece of okay. All right, you don't want anybody seeing you, right? Because it's high
You know
up.
what I'm
They're gonna look
saying.
in. Hi.
Yes.
I hear you. Okay, so
And these days, you just don't know.
you see demons. Oh no.
And Shelley Joe, I'm just kidding. I know you're talking about Carolyn's kitchen. Just so you know, I'm just joking.
Robbity Bob. I didn't think you were mocking. What's going on with Jeanette? But I am mocking Dr. Spock. Oh, I don't think Dr. Spock. David Carradine, yes. What?
I used to like him, Jeanette, David Carradine. I think it was David Carradine. Yeah, that Kung Fu show and that, is that the guy?
Oh, is it?
Or is that the other brother?
Yeah, I don't know. But I have to go pick the kids up from basketball. And so we'll keep the Zoom open. Stay on,
What are you
Scooter.
doing?
Yes, I have to pick the kids up from basketball. Stay on the Zoom for a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, will do.
So the I'll open. I mean, the Zoom's open for anybody who wants to come in, and then I'm sure while I'm driving and stuff, I'll think of other things with that affidavit, and who knows. But there's also those 8 people that were killed in Utah. What is that about?
Yes, I saw a headline.
I didn't even get to look at that yet, so I'll definitely be back to look at that, and might have to do a marathon tonight because we'll see.
Doing a marathon?
I might have to because of the situation I told you about yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for security purposes. So we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to end this now. Thank you all for coming in and send. You can rewind it, and maybe I don't know. I might just throw the affidavit up by itself in the reading. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll see you later on tonight, and be good, have fun, be kind. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all. See you.
Love yous.
And that.
Be good.
And that.
Thumbs up.